Glasgow. I have apologies from Michelle Miller, board member. Do I have any other apologies? Thank you very much. It's a requirement of our code of practice that members declare any financial or other interests in connections in relation to today's business. Can I ask members to confirm if there are any declarations of interest or connections? Thank you very much, none. Can I confirm that there are no other items of business that any member wishes to raise apart from the items on our agenda? Thank you. We're going to take items 12 and 13 in private. And in accordance to our standing orders, can I ask members to confirm they are content to take the following items in private? Item 12, which is to receive an update on pay and reward progress. Thank you. And item 13 is to receive an update in relation to blue light collaboration between ourselves and the other two blue light services. Thank you very much. So we take those items in private. Turning now to the minute of our meeting held on the 21st of March, can I ask you for any comments? And if there are no comments, I'll ask you to approve those minutes. Are there any comments, changes? Nope. We are then going to approve the minute from the last public meeting. There are two items for closure on the action log. If members are content, I would invite you to approve the action log. You approve the action log, thank you for that. And our final formal item before we start the business of the meeting is the last full authority meeting. Have we made any decisions since March 22nd? There's one decision taken via correspondence with you all. Approval was sought to make amendments to the VER terms. That's a voluntary retirement, voluntary redundancy, voluntary early retirement terms that ran from the 8th of January to the 9th of February. And this was agreed by members on the 11th of April. Can I just ask the Chief Executive if those terms are publicly available?
Terms will be, when approved by the Scottish Government, they will be available.
Thanks very much indeed. Right, with that, I'm going to move on to my own chair's report. One item which is not in my report is that Michelle Miller is stepping down from the board. Now, Michelle can't be with us today, and she steps down at the end of the month. I would like to thank Fiona very much for her contribution through the committee membership of the board, and a whole range of direct support to me. Michelle was the board's whistleblowing champion, and she excelled at that, going into detail and being a real internal champion for whistleblowing within the board. I also found her an enormously personal support, and she's one of the few board members that consistently made me laugh in the pressures of all that we have to deal with. So thank you, Michelle, for your professional and personal support to me. In terms of whistleblowing, I would like to nominate, with her approval, Caroline Stewart to take on this role as whistleblower. Caroline has given me her personal agreement to take it on. I'd like to now ask the board to support that. Thank you very much. With that, I take my report as read. Are there any questions for me? Paul.
Yes, section 9.1, you refer to the local authority scrutiny, and I wonder if you could maybe expand on that a little.
I had made it from the beginning of becoming chair. One of the four priorities I had personally was one of them was to improve our relationships with local government, and we have done dramatically well in improving. We have a strategic partnership agreement between myself, the Chief Constable, and the President of COSLA. And the last meeting I had with COSLA, with the Chief Constable, with the Leaders Forum, all the leaders of local government met together in Edinburgh with ourselves, and we both made presentations, and they could question us. I think we have an extraordinarily good relationship with local government through the scrutiny. They are our key partners. They are engaged in the work in hyperlocal, local and national work. 2 points I raised particularly with them, which were of concern to me, was the extent of serious and organised crime in Scotland, which goes deep into many of our communities, and it's local councillors and local council leaders who often see the real challenges of that, and we talked about that. And some of that will come out today, I hope, with our discussions with the National Crime Agency Director General. And the other one is a shared concern that I know I have with the Chief Constable, but I also have with senior COS leadership, which is the state of our criminal justice system. So we discussed that. And it has some very good points in it. Let's not say that it doesn't, but it also needs a degree of review and modernisation. So those are the two issues we raised. As I was there with the Chief Constable, I wonder if the Chief Constable would like to make any comment about that part of that meeting, or that meeting with COSLA.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. A valuable time that we spent with leaders of the council. There were a number of the chief execs there also. We talked about opportunities to collaborate, particularly in relation to opportunities around estate. And in addition, we talked in relation to our programme of reform in terms of ensuring that we have a policing model that is sustainable both financially and operationally to meet the challenges of the forthcoming years. And I hope that we'll be invited back in the future, because as the Chair says, a valuable forum in order for us to engage directly with political leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Constable. I wonder if I could ask the staff team to put on our social media or prominent. We have a report, a briefing paper on our relationship with local scrutiny panels and how we work together on scrutinising policing through local police plans and working together. And although that's on our website, I wonder if I could ask if we could just make that more prominent following raising this. It shows the progress we've made, and I want to pay particular tribute to Councillor Maureen Chalmers, who has led that within COSLA, who's on our Policing Performance Committee, working with Alistair Hay and the team there, and that connection has grown and grown over the last 2 to 3 years, so thank you to Councillor Chalmers for that. Katrina?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if you were able, under the Community Confidence Action Research section, if you were able to give any kind of time frame for the findings from the evaluation and the development of the toolkit that you've mentioned in that.
I can't give you a time frame for the evaluation. It will have some form. We haven't even got to publishing it properly yet and actually disseminating the findings, which I'm very keen that we do. It is it's one of the 4 issues that I had when I became chair, and that was improving social justice focus from the board. And it came about, and I'm sure you all know this, but for a wider, it came about because the evidence was that whilst confidence in policing was very reasonable in Scotland, although in some ways in decline, worryingly, because of other issues, confidence in policing in our most under pressure areas, our areas of multiple deprivation, was roughly 15 points behind the average. And we wanted to look at why that was. And that very clear joint work with Police Scotland sought to understand why that was and how we could improve it. So I've had the presentation at the end. It will be published. It will be published. And then after that, it will be up to others to look to evaluate it and see what happens then. Thanks very much. I'm sure it'll be of interest to Tom Halpin's group as well on Research and Evidence Forum, the REF.
Yeah, I confirm that it's active in the agenda and been discussed at the moment. I think we're looking towards autumn, really, we will be positioned to bring something forward. Thank you.
I hope it's a start. I hope it's a start of something that the authority, it's an intensive piece of work. I thank all that were working with it. It involved a lot of cooperation between police and local communities and again, local government. But it shows what can be done if we focus on issues which are of a concern to people and we go and we listen to those. And they're not they are hard for us sometimes to hear, that they are very articulate in what they would like from policing and the oversight of policing. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Alistair.
Yeah, thank you very much for your report, Chair. Really just returning to the theme of the COSLA Leaders Forum, and you highlight in the report the interest in increased collaborative working, which I think everybody would welcome, but you also say that you appreciated discussion and the questions that were raised by the leaders. What were the themes, what were the areas of interest that were raised by the leaders at that meeting?
Well, I think they were primarily about our shared agenda, and I'll come back to the Chief Constable. Our shared agenda of working within a financial framework that we euphemistically call challenging. So we have that shared agenda, an agenda about the demands on our services and how we prioritise those demands, a genuine interest in partnership on prevention, because we all know that we can't police our way out of some of the serious issues that are facing both local government and police by merely law enforcement. The public health approach to policing, the partnership and prevention approach, we had a lot of that. I think the major form of frustration that I heard was the visibility of policing in local communities. And that is a perennial issue. It's an issue across the United Kingdom. And I am fully aware, and we discussed that, this tension or this issue between availability of police officers and their visibility. And I think we have to strike the right balance, because if you're not careful, we won't have them available, even though they may be visible. I don't think that will ever be settled. But if there's one theme running through in terms of their concerns, it was that. But I must say they are, and I've always found the local authority leaders and the scrutiny conveners very well versed. They know their local commanders very well. They challenge their local commanders on issues. They really own their local police plans. But they are concerned about the financial circumstances that local government finds themselves in terms of delivering their services fairly across their services, because it's part of the reason why we're also interested in the social justice, because as you all know around this table, crime is highly concentrated. Most of us have no crime committed against us from one year to the next. 80-odd% have no crime. 4% of people in Scotland have nearly half of all crime committed against them. Hugely concentrated. Our partners in local government know that. And they also know why that our joint well-being work and our work on prevention is critical to this agenda of social justice. So I'll just come back, if you wouldn't mind, to the Chief Constable to reflect on that aspect of Alistair's question.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the follow-up questions, I was able to describe in detail, you've heard me say a priority and a focus around frontline policing, and I was able to expand on what I meant by that. And just to reiterate it here, the parts of policing that has direct contact with victims, witnesses and the public, and whether that's in our control rooms all the way through different aspects of policing into maybe some of the higher end capabilities around things like serious and unorganised crime. And obviously those political leaders, as the Chair was saying, were very alive to the issues around visibility and availability of police resources. So I welcomed the opportunity to reinforce with them that is my absolute priority, that we have that laser-like focus in that area. But I also took the opportunity in the discussion to invite them to support what I anticipate some changes that will be made in terms of our revised model of policing moving forward, because we need to obviously work within the financial envelope. So galvanising some support there, that as we explain and consult and discuss at a local level, we continue to use that forum and others to enable those elected officials, those elected local leaders to better understand our rationale and be able to support it if they feel that's the right thing to do for their local communities. So it was a really valuable opportunity and time we spent at the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
I think what would please you, Alistair, is that I've often heard you talk about Team Scotland, how the cooperation to meet our joint challenges is critical to the future. And there's a lot of conversation about our estates, our joint estates, the extent of where that estate is, buildings within local government, and how we could actually expand the use of local government buildings to take some aspects of that public handling of police issues like lost property and others. And there was a great deal of enthusiasm for working across that. There are many more, of course, local government places, and there have been experiments in the past. I know that Tom Halpin has mentioned these before in Fife and other places, about how we can work together as Team Scotland to actually meet the requirements of a public to access services. But they don't always have to be dedicated buildings, and that's part of our agenda on blue light collaboration, and it's part of our agenda on local government. And I think we'll see the estates transform under the Chief's leadership over the next 4 or 5 years to have a much more Team Scotland approach, where it doesn't matter who owns the building, but actually what matters is the public can access it, and they are clear about what services might be provided from the various partners from those premises. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on my report? Thank you. I'm now going to move on to the committee chair's report. I'm going to start with the revised model of policing oversight group, which is the group I chair. I've given you a short report on this. I feel it's one of those critical areas that we're embarked on. I am absolutely confident that we're going to get there. On this, it's a 3 to 5 year program. Let's not pretend that you can't have a revised model of policing overnight. But the short term request that we are making as an oversight group to the Chief Constable is, can we have a vision for policing? And I know that's underway. Many of you maybe already have been engaged on that. Can we have a roadmap about how we can get from where we are to where we would like to be at a very high level output? And the third issue that we are asking for, I'm confident we'll get all of these, is can we have the actions for 2024? Can we have that change which we may see as a board as we move along this roadmap towards the vision for policing? So it's early days, it's only our second meeting, and we have set out our criteria for how we would like, we will judge the progress on the revised model. Any questions on that? Thank you. I'm sure this will and must come up at every board meeting, and it will come up at the oversight group meeting. I'm looking forward to the first substantial piece of work, which I know it will be the vision for policing, which will be a widely consulted vision led by the Chief Constable and her team. So thank you. Can I come to audit, risk and assurance? Mary Pitt-Casey, the chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, as the report highlights, we did have a busy meeting, 2 meetings in fact in the last period, and we considered 6 new internal audit reports, all of which were useful and insightful, so that was very much appreciated. We also had annual updates from our internal auditors and our external auditors, and we agreed the committee's own annual report. We also looked at the evaluation of committee effectiveness, and that's a very positive picture. There are no major concerns from the meetings which I need to bring to the attention of the authority, but we did note that there were some concerns about the resourcing of the best value function within Police Scotland, and we have asked that consideration be given to prioritising recruitment in this area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions for the Chair of Audit? Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll come back to best value. I know that will be an item within the authority, and we'll be discussing that, I think, fairly shortly in a board meeting or 2 away. Can I come down to the Policing Together Oversight Group, which is chaired by Tom Halpin? Tom?
Thank you, Chair. The report's before you, and I take it members have the opportunity to read that. There's a reassurance that the whole issue of policing together and also the related areas of violence against women and girls and tackling misogyny is fully embedded in business as usual now across Police Scotland. And I'm encouraged to see some reference to that in the Chief Constable's report that will come later. The areas that we are focusing on is tangible results coming from the work. There's a broad range of work, and we're still not at this stage yet to be able to say we are assured that that is being delivered. There's a need for prioritisation, there's a need for moving at pace, but there's a lot of work going on in the background in terms of developing a framework of measures that can demonstrate and evidence the impact that's been made. That's work that's coming through. So it's a broad bit of work. It's really challenging work. It's across the whole organisation, but I'm confident that every bit of the organisation understands the importance and the priority of this work. But we're in flight. But we still await the evidence of the impact at pace before we can give that assurance back to the board.
Thank you very much, Tom. I think this is one of my key issues over this year, the delivery, continued delivery of policing together. The assurance I take from what I see and from your committee and from the general work are three areas which I just wanted to emphasise. The senior commitment. And by senior, I don't just mean the team across the table from us, I mean the whole of the senior executive and increasingly the chief superintendents. They are critical. They have to own this. And the evidence is the most senior team clearly own it. It's more and more owned by the chief superintendents who are the culture holders. Secondly, the process of policing together stands scrutiny. It is one of the best, if not one of the best, processes to take us from where we were to where we would like to be in terms of the culture of an organisation, a culture of an organisation which has been called out to be by both the Chief Constable and her predecessor as institutionally discriminatory. And I think that process, again, I take a great deal of heart from the fact that it is one of the best processes. The third issue is really the issue raised there. What progress are we making? And I think that's a degree of frustration that we all have. This is a big organisation with a complex system. And what we are trying to do together, and you are trying to lead, Chief Constable, and I know that this is also being led by your deputies and through, is actually increasing the pace of progress over 2024. And I keep on trying to bring us back to the immediate term. Where can we see tangible progress? So I take those three levels. Commitment, I'm completely there. The process, completely there. We're completely there. Progress, we want to see that increase. And I don't think that's for the board alone. I know there's a degree of frustration. I know from across the table with the Chief Constable at DCC Spears as well, want to see more. But behind that lies something which I think I was discussing at the Association of Police Superintendents Conference, which I attended along with the Chief Constable this week, which is it won't be as much progress unless that key set of 150 senior staff, Chief Constables, Chief Superintendents, take complete ownership of this agenda and pursue it from their point of view, their leadership point of view. So I am optimistic, having attended that conference and spoken to the leader of AS, Rob, that again, their commitment is there. We want to see more delivery. And that's what my desire is on this area. So I emphasize this, Tom, to you because I thank you, you and your team for the leadership, but the whole board really needs to have this on their agenda. It's one of my first order issues over this year. Thank you. I'm going to come to Forensic Services Committee. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Just 3 or 4 very quick points. Firstly, we had a positive update on the recent UCAS visit to Howden Hall, the toxicology team there, and they recognised improvements in the service that were run there. The second thing is, again, another very interesting development that Forensic Services had recently delivered training to nursing students at the Police College to allow them to have the skills to carry out forensic medical examinations of victims of rape and sexual assault, and there's been a positive evaluation of that. We had a good update on drug driving, and we were advised that we could expect the outline business case for the long-term sustainable model towards the autumn, and good performance in-house on drug driving. but still I think that some of the Section 4 work needs a little bit more attention going forward. I think that's slightly, Section 4 is a more complicated one, and these, I think the times for that aren't quite what we want them to be yet. Still well within the comfort zone of prosecution, but the Director, I'm sure, will expand on that a little bit more when she gets to her report. The HMICS review of toxicology provision, we had a good update from them on that, and partners seemed very content with the progress that's being made on that as well. So I think that's enough from me.
Thank you. Any questions for Paul? I think we will take up some of these issues with the Director when she gives her report, particularly about the timelines within which decisions can be made by the scientists to allow prosecutions within the timescales, and those timescales are likely to be reducing over this coming period. So we'll pick that up with the Director on her piece. Next is Legal Committee, Caroline Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm, the committee met last week, and I have nothing to add to the minute as written. Thank you.
Thank you. And whilst we don't have a formal report, the Complaints and Conduct Committee met on the 25th of April to discuss the review of conduct proceedings, and I'd like to ask if Katerina Kasper the Chair would like to make any comment.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, as you said, we met on the 25th of April for a very short single agenda item session to discuss an update to the misconduct proceedings. This forms part of our normal business as usual enhancement of our own internal procedures, and the committee were quite content with the explanations and the rationale. So, thank you.
Now, I know that you and Fiona and Robin Johnson were before the Criminal Justice Committee. Will we have a chance to hear from you later on?
I will pick that up in my report, if I may, Chair.
Of course. Thank you very much. I should have mentioned in my report about the Memorandum of Understanding that I have with the Chief Constable about how innovation is brought to the authority. This morning we formally re-signed the memo between us and reaffirmed our commitment, and a commitment that we will hold our own staff to account for going through these processes. So we will put that note and that signing onto our social media. So thank you, Chief Constable, for that reaffirmation of commitment. It's critical to us. And it's also critical to our relationship through the Policing Performance Committee that it goes through a process, which it hadn't until we had this memorandum, which I had I had agreed with the previous Chief Constable, and now I have reaffirmed it with Joe Farrell. So thank you. Now, can I turn to item 5, which is the Chief Constable's report? I'm going to hand straight over to you, Chief Constable.
Thank you. Good morning. On the 1st of April, the Hate Crime and Public Order Act, which seeks to provide greater protection for victims and communities and to tackle the harm caused by hostility and prejudice, came into force. The legislation and policing's role in implementing it has been subject of debate and interest, and in the first week of implementation, we received a surge of over 7,000 online hate reports. I do believe the implementation was at times hijacked to make mischief, and a vast majority of these reports were submitted anonymously and were not classified as hate crimes or non-crime hate incidents. During this surge, we increased capacity in our Contact, Command and Control Division, and the impact on frontline policing was minimal. Since then, the number of online reports has fallen significantly, with fewer than 60 during the week ending the 19th of May. To support implementation, we developed and delivered a programme of training for officers, including an e-learning module, which has been completed by over 90% of officers, as well as a series of in-person and online workshops. We trained a cadre of over 80 hate crime advisors and 450 hate crime champions to support colleagues, while our command and control officers and staff also received tailored training. As I've been clear, I have great confidence in our officers to enforce new legislation, with the professionalism and good sense they demonstrate day in, day out, and with the support of the programme outlined. Clarity about policing's approach to reports of hate crime and around the recording of non-crime hate incidents is important, and we are sharing more information in relation to this. Earlier this month, we published interim guidance for officers on the recording of non-crime hate incidents, which outlines a reasonable person and policing purpose test and provides direction that the details of the other party of the report would not be routinely recorded as part of a non-crime hate incident. We continue to develop a policy and standing operating procedure around our response to reports of hate, including hate crime and non-crime hate incidents, which will align as closely as possible with the College of Policing guidance. This report outlines how officers and staff are delivering for the public every day, supporting court outcomes in murder, organised crime and domestic abuse cases after police investigations, patrolling with partners in Moray in response to antisocial behaviour, and working to prevent road deaths and the investigation of cyber attacks. My report references our motorcycle safety campaign that will run from March to September this year. The recent spell of good weather saw many motorcycles taking to our roads, and sadly, we saw a number of serious incidents. My condolences go to those affected by these incidents, and it highlights the importance of this campaign. Policing continues to play our part in a crucial partnership approach to reducing fatalities, and officers are carrying out enforcement every day. I also highlight an incident in Paisley during which 2 officers were injured in the course of their duties. A man has been arrested, and so I will not go into detail, but it's important that the officers continue to get support and the welfare support that they deserve, and I know these measures are in place, and I know this is important to the authority. Brave officers work to serve their communities and at times place themselves in harm's way to keep people safe. I pay tribute to their courage, and I am absolutely clear on my duty to support them and advocate on their behalf. During last weekend in Glasgow, we saw 4 officers injured while responding to disorder when thousands gathered to celebrate Celtic's winning of the Scottish Premiership title. The Scottish Cup final will be held this weekend in Glasgow, and an appropriate policing plan is in place. And I thank all officers and staff who will be working to keep the communities safe across Glasgow and across the country. The commitment and passion I see and hear from officers and staff consistently inspires my core belief in the value policing brings to our communities. That value must be for all our communities. People from all communities must know that when we are talking about keeping people safe, we mean them. All communities must feel able to speak to the police, to report a crime, or to share information. I want people from all communities to see policing as a potential career. I've been meeting with officers and staff, including our non-statutory staff associations, and hearing firsthand about their experiences. I know those principles have not always applied to all communities, including those within Police Scotland. 1 year ago, on the 25th of May 2023, my predecessor addressed the matter of institutional racism, sexism and discrimination within Police Scotland, and outlined policing's determination to build an inclusive, anti-racist, anti-discriminatory service for all people and the communities we serve. On appointment, I agreed with that assessment and underlined my commitment to necessary change. As we've heard already, our Policing Together programme drives action for meaningful change across 4 strategic pillars: leadership, training, professionalism and prevention, and communications. In relation to leadership, over 5,500 police leaders are undertaking an improved leadership programme to help them build inclusive, effective teams that deliver for all our communities. Senior leaders have heard different voices in truth to power sessions, community events, and through academic studies, and we're acting on what we've been told. Secondly, professionalism and prevention. Over the last year, we've had a deep dive on each of the 10 standards of behaviour demanded by officers by law, and we've shared more information around gross misconduct outcomes. Thirdly, training. 99% of colleagues have taken new training on the Equality Act, and we're building on that education with further courses. And lastly, communication. We're recognising different experiences and backgrounds during key dates with practical tips for officers and staff to connect with different communities. We've also been delivering clear and consistent messaging that there is no place in Police Scotland for those who reject our values. Injustice and discrimination has deep roots in history, and our work to address it requires commitment, focused leadership and persistence. And today I reaffirm that commitment and thank the authority for their ongoing support and challenge led by Tom Halpin in this vital area of work. Our success will be measured by improved experiences of our officers and staff and the public we serve. And we're reporting on Policing Together performance through the authority twice yearly. It is vital we seek ways to understand the experiences of the public and of our officers and staff through first-hand accounts, but also through more structured feedback and act on what we've been told. That's why we've reopened the Your Police Survey for 24-25 for members of the public to share their assessment of how we're doing, and it is why we will conduct a refreshed officer and staff survey in the coming months. These insights will help us challenge ourselves so that we continually improve and deliver for the public. Finally, since the last Authority Board meeting, we have welcomed over 300 new probationary officers into Police Scotland, who will deploy to serve communities across the country following their initial training. I'll pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. Before I open it up, I want to just say a couple of things about the Hate Crime Act and the response of policing. I want to say, firstly, thank you very much for DCC Alan Spears. He undertook to send to my office for me to look at and distribute around the authority a weekly update in very considerable detail about the responses to hate crime from the policing. And that's been invaluable in allowing us to make the interim assessment about how policing has been undertaken. And in our view, policing of the Hate Crime Act has been proportionate and common sense. And the evidence is absolutely clear that way. I think what is shocking is the prevalence of hate crime, rather than the policing of hate crime. And I think the focus should be on why is it that we still have people who feel it's acceptable, and apparently increasingly acceptable, in certain groups, against certain groups. And I'm shocked by the prevalence and also by the increasing focus on hate crime against people with disability. And the data that Anna Spears gives, I'm sure it's in the public domain, will show how that's distributed across Scotland. And it is higher in surprising areas. And I would ask anybody who's interested, look at that. And I think we all have a duty to go, why is it in certain parts of Edinburgh, as I recall, there's higher incidence of hate crime than there may be in other parts of Scotland. The second thing is about the online training. Because there was some controversy about this, I undertook it myself. And thank you very much for allowing, I won't tell you what my score was, but I actually found it incredibly useful to have done that training myself. I found it allowed me to understand the complexity. I'm not a police officer, clearly, but it allowed me to understand the public policy behind this, and I would commend it. I think what we'd like to see is more evaluation of that training from the officers receiving it, so we can actually say, well, how did they find it? Probably sometime after they had to deliver policing against it, because that's the best thing to do. How was your training? Not at the end of the training module, but 2 months in. And the last thing is about the non-crime hate incidents. I have written before that I am disappointed that we didn't have that in place for the 1st of April. And I chose my words carefully on that. You've now said we have the interim guidance. I would just like to understand in this forum why we couldn't have it from the 1st of April and where we are now with it.
Thanks, Chair. You've highlighted, and I agree, that the guidance and the policy should have been in place ahead of the legislation coming into force, and that should have been our position ahead of the 1st of April, but doesn't detract from the tremendous work done across the force to ensure the consistency with which we dealt with the early surge of reporting across the country, and people will have read and recognised the impact that it had in the early weeks. I know from the previous discussion here at the last board, I was questioned in relation to any impact on freedom of speech. And in the early, I'll pass over to DCC Spears in just a moment, who will provide some more detail, hopefully to reassure the board. In that first week, there were a couple of key events that actually were good testimony, a test to the officers deployed at those events, in terms of their ability to recognise and understand the new legislation, be able to put that into practical application on the ground, an event in Edinburgh and then a football match in Glasgow the following day. And I can confidently say, in response to the questions from last month, that the ability of our officers to recognise the continued right in relation to freedom of speech, that we were not there to police hurt feelings, and recognising what is the difference between an expression of free speech that we'd all recognise as a real value in this country in terms of people's ability to speak openly, but at the same time being clear where any lines are crossed and we move into the realms of criminality. I'll pass over to DC Spears to provide some further detail. And as you say, Chair, he's done a lot of work in respect of this.
Good morning. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chair. I will talk about hate crime a little later on the agenda. I think directly, Chair, just to address your question, I took ownership of hate crime and a number of other functions in the earlier part of this year. And on reflection, look at the College of Police and Guidance, which was published last summer. And a point of reflection would have been that we should have had robust guidance in place for the 1st of April. What we have been able to do, though, is accelerate guidance in the first month of the new legislation that deals with the tricky issue of no crime, hate, instant recording. That guidance that's out in an interim fashion will be embedded in our standard operating procedure. I thank you for your comments around training. Our feedback from the officers who have undertaken the training, which is the vast majority of the force, is very, very positive. We've been able to draw that through the role of hate crime champions who are engaged locally in the divisions and through our workshops. We will do a little bit further work to look at more quantifying that feedback on training. And as I've said in a number of external forums, we'll look at what additional training we could provide in the current year, because sitting behind all of this is a really despicable crime that is hate, and so many people within our communities are on a daily basis facing those types of crimes. And you will see from my reporting that the actual crime numbers in the first 6 weeks of this year have actually doubled.
Thank you. Now, I know that we have a substantial item on hate crime, so I don't want to preempt that discussion, but I'm going to ask Katerina if you had a question, unless it can wait for that item. Are you okay now?
Well, I think, to be fair, to be honest, it actually links in with what the Chief Constable has just been saying, so if I may ask the question now. And before I do that, also just to echo the Chair's comments around the proportionality of policing. So a massive thank you to everybody who was involved in this. And I think the transparency with the figures, I absolutely echo the Chair's comments, absolutely demonstrates that it was done proportionately. So I think that should go a long way to restoring public's confidence into the subject, which, you know, as we all know, has received a substantial amount of media attention. I suppose something which is related to this, but is a slightly different subject, and Chief Constable, you touched on this, and this is why it prompts the question from me now. There were concerns around freedom of expression, and I really appreciate you, as I say, addressing this specifically. But there is also a broader, I suppose, question around not just making sure that the policing of hate crime doesn't infringe on the freedom of expression, but also protecting individual groups' freedom of expression. I know you made reference to a number of high-profile events that occurred in the first few weeks in April. There was in particular an event in Edinburgh where it was women's rights groups who were speaking. And I know that at the time there has been criticism around policing of that event, not necessarily in terms of restricting the women's rights by the police, but by counter-protesters. And I know there's been letters written to yourself by some of the MPs. So asking potentially for a meeting with women's rights groups, and also, just as I say, criticising to some degree the policing response to that, and saying, okay, you're not necessarily arresting us for saying certain things, but are you doing enough to proactively protect women's right to speak, particularly in light of the Police Scotland's strategy for reducing violence against women and girls. So it is all kind of linked together. So I would just maybe welcome just a few thoughts from you on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I'll had oversight of the first weekend that you've described there in terms of policing those protests. And I think more generally, the policing of protests and counter-demonstrations is always really, really difficult. And there's two or three things that help us and guide us in the policing of that. So our use of public order advisors who would engage in advance with protest groups or counter-protest groups is invaluable. And we work with those groups to try and ensure that the tone and style of policing is the most appropriate. But in reality, there's always a point of contention in terms of just how that event works through. I've spoken a number of times with the commander from Edinburgh, who's already engaged with those groups, and we work with them just to ensure that the policing style and the tone that we adopt is where we would want to be. A positive coming from the protests in the first few weeks of the legislation was that the only complaints that we have picked up is around tone and style, and it's not around the implications of the new legislation, in which it was something we thought would be tested. So I'm confident that the local commanders, whether it be Glasgow or Edinburgh or other cities, have a vital role to play in engaging with those groups.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure we're going to come back to this area over the years about the policing of protests. We had a very strong focus on this through COP 26, I think it was. And I would like us to come back on a regular basis, because I, as a chair, am very proud of the human rights approach that policing takes. I think the proof of the pudding about the complexity of competing demands on protests was played through the Glasgow COP events, but we must be alive to more demands, more pressures on you to be even-handed and allow that freedom of expression and the freedom to protest. I don't know how best to do that, but we'll work with the Chief Executive and you to come back and give a deeper dive. I don't think there's any issue myself in terms of the policy approach, but sometimes I think it's useful for us to do what we did in COP26, is to demonstrate how you actually police protests and what the escalating reasons are, how the commanders react, what resources you have, and do that in a very open way. And that is something for us to show the public, as we did in the COP26, how that is done through the various resources. So I'd like to finish that part. Sorry, Chief.
We'd welcome that scrutiny. I've been surprised and very impressed by the scale and the enormity and the number of events and different sporting events, protests that take place across the whole of the country throughout the year. And I think there would be some benefit in the authority having some greater insight into that to be reassured and more broadly reassure the public in terms of both the style with which we approach the policing of these events and the consideration and that human rights focus. So we would welcome that scrutiny, Chair. Thank you.
I welcome that because it's the same issue. Sometimes you have the police protest, which other people find the protesting obnoxious or disruptive. So I think that is part of the complexity of modern policing. So I know that Tom wants to come in, so thank you for that. And I don't know how we're going to do that, but I'd like that to be as not as non-theoretical as possible. And I've seen that operate in some of your bigger venues and to allow observers in to look at some training. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. Related to that, timely, just seeking reassurance about readiness for policing in terms of the forthcoming general election. How ready are we to deliver a safe and free election?
Yeah, thank you. As always, we'll have a proportionate policing response to and getting ready for the elections. There will be a number of different views, competing demands that will go on through that. We will work with local authorities and all the relevant bodies to ensure that we are prepared with a proportionate policing response to the elections as it comes through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I need to move on. I've got Paul and then Fiona. Paul first.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Chief Constable, you touched on the incident at the weekend with Celtic fans celebrating post that and also in the forthcoming Cup final. My question is kind of slightly tangential to that. I read last week that possibly as many as 200,000 Scottish football fans will be descending upon Germany for the European Championships in the next 3 weeks, and obviously most of them won't have tickets. And I'm wondering what liaison there has been between the Scottish police and the German police to try and assist our partners in Germany to help keep order and also look out for the interests of Scottish fans.
DCC Connors will provide you some detail on that.
Thank you. We had good liaison. There are very good established mechanisms and practices between all different football agencies and countries to ensure that, firstly, intelligence on travelling fans, whether tickets or ticketless fans, is transferred and being able to be shared. We also have assorted mechanisms through border controls to make sure that that is also seen. So those mechanisms are in place and we are part and parcel of that process. And just for reassurance, also linking in locally with local authorities for events that are going to happen in Scotland with safety advisory groups and ensuring again that people can enjoy the festivities, enjoy the process, but able to, again, to be able to have a proportionate response from policing for what goes on in Scotland as well as those who are travelling abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fiona McQueen.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Constable, I'm interested in two areas of your response. First of all, the incident in Paisley, and then I'd like you to say a bit more about the officer and staff survey you're planning. So the incident in Paisley was very impressive to watch in terms of the police response. I wonder if you could say a bit more about how you make sure the safety of both the person who was involved but also the police officers to that in terms of their welfare.
Yep, thank you for the question. It's obviously an ongoing investigation, so I'll focus on the officers. Obviously, very impactful, and the officers called for immediate assistance, and you will have seen that got coverage on social media. And it just demonstrated that collective support and care that colleagues have for each other at those moments of crisis. The Chief Superintendent and his team, Gordon McCready, wrapped around both the officers that were injured, but also the broader team. And you know, and we've discussed at the authority meeting before, officers are subject, some on a regular basis, to trauma. They witness trauma, they're on the receiving end sometime of trauma, and both probably are well-established mechanisms around our TRIM, our trauma-informed response kicked in around the officers and the Paisley incident, but more broadly, and the recent contract around the Employee Assistance Programme, which provides additional primarily psychological support, and what it seeks to do is address issues, quickly in a timely fashion, with more of a preventative focus, so that we're not waiting for issues to escalate and for officers to feel as though they can't operate in that operational environment. Hugely impressive. I'm confident. Really strong wraparound by the Chief Superintendent and his team in what was a horrible incident, and just demonstrates that was on a weekday mid-morning that happened in broad daylight. So the challenges and potential dangers that our officers and staff face can come from nowhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief, and obviously the authority are very grateful to the whole team for that as well. Your Voice Matters has been going on for some time now, and you talked in your report about, I think, a different approach to seek the voice of staff and officers, and I wonder if you could say a bit more about how you'll build on the current work for Your Voice Matters. Yes,
Thank you. It's a few years since Police Scotland carried out an extensive, what I would call an extensive staff survey for the whole of the workforce. So we're in the process of commissioning that, and I am really keen that we use the outcomes of that survey in order to baseline a position in relation to a whole raft of issues, well-being, in terms of leadership, in terms of support, and more broadly. And it touches on lots of the things that we've talked about here today: policing together, the experiences of our staff and officers and volunteers, and how they feel within the organisation, how they feel about the support they receive on a daily basis. Are our officers and staff clear about our expectations of them and the direction that the force is heading? And it creates the opportunity for us then to say, well, actually, based on that analysis, where do we need to focus our attention, our resource and our energy in the coming year, and then be able to demonstrate, because this needs obviously a feedback loop, to demonstrate to our teams what our response is to the issues that they raise. So key bit of work for me, and that enables us to get a sense of the feeling within the organisation and the challenges that we know officers and staff face on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. Look forward to hearing the results of that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I invite Grant and Alistair, I just want to emphasise how unacceptable it is to the board, as I know it is to you, for any injury against a police officer. And we can't emphasise that enough. And the board clearly wants every support given to prevent that, but when it happens, all the resources applied to make sure that those officers are able to recover and return to work if at all possible. I know that that's an increasing issue. I don't know what more. I'm not asking for an answer now. I don't know more what we can do. I know that we're talking to the Crown Office about prosecution. I know the evidence being given is being sought from officers to make sure that they don't underplay the injuries that they may receive. But we also know that some of those injuries may not be physical injuries. There's also trauma engaged in some of these areas. So I just wanted to emphasize there's not a cigarette paper between us in terms of our commitment to the utter unacceptability of injury to police officers and indeed any member of public service. And so at some stage, I think maybe through Fiona McQueen's committee, we just have a review about just the degree to which we are providing that support and the degree to which some of our partner organisations with the Federation or ASP feel that their members are supported there. But I just wanted to make that, it shouldn't be necessary, and I'm sure it isn't for most people, completely clear, utterly unacceptable. It's not part of the job, as you say in your conversations. So thank you very much. Grant and then Alistair. Grant.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Constable, I'd like to just move on to a slightly different aspect of officer time and so on. You've been commented and quoted in the media about the time spent by officers cited to give evidence in court. And I wondered if you could tell us what sort of improvements to the judicial process you'd like to see and how these would impact on the RISE model of policing.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. I've spoken extensively in relation to this, and probably the starting point before I talk about police officers is that what we see and what we observe and officers see on a daily basis when they are waiting in court is that there are also victims and witnesses waiting in court who also get repeatedly called back because cases aren't being heard. So my primary motivation in relation to this is in relation to the way in which we as a service, but more broadly as a system, as a criminal justice system, really support victims so that we can say we are victim focused, and on occasions that is not the case. Moving to the impact on the organisation on a day-to-day basis, and I'll just use one statistic. A few weeks ago, I was in Perth on a Tuesday morning. On the previous day, and people will know Perth, there were 40 police officers waiting in court at Perth to give evidence. The data would suggest that at best, across the country, 15% of those officers would have given evidence. And I would describe the impact of that both in respect of the financial impact, and we spent over £3 million last year on overtime for officers who were called to court on rest days and on annual leave days. But the impact of that is not only on the early turn response or the late shift response at Perth, both frontline response officers, CID officers, neighbourhood officers, roads policing officers, armed response officers, but that will have had an impact winding back probably to the Friday or Saturday night, because if you're on shift and you're working nights through a weekend and somebody says you need to come to court on a Monday morning, that will have an impact for us on the previous 48 hours. So on a daily basis, this is having a significant impact of our operational capability and the strength of frontline policing. And it is completely unacceptable, and it's not something that I've seen before. The statistics will also say that of those officers called to court, a third of them will either be on a rest day or on annual leave. And to our point earlier that was raised in terms of well-being, that is obviously vital time that officers need to recharge, time with families, time that they should be afforded. And I've been surprised and shocked that the system thinks it's acceptable to call officers to court on rest days and annual leave, and it's something that needs to stop. It is not right and proper in the year 2024. Talk about human rights, and we talk about right to a private life. Well, our officers and staff deserve that right to a private life, and they deserve the opportunity to be able to recharge and come back to the next round of shifts refreshed and able to commit to the public. So more broadly, there's a requirement for system-wide reform in this space. Conversations with the Crown and with the court services are ongoing between myself and DCC Smith in relation to how we tackle those immediate issues of rest day and annual leave working. But in addition to that, there are a number of other areas of pilots, of new ways of working across the criminal justice system. But my thoughts and reflections are that while it's welcomed, none of it is fast enough and none of it is substantial enough to bring about whole-scale reform to the system. And you will have seen recently comments in relation to prison population and a requirement of the government to bring in emergency legislation to manage that. That is a symptom of a system that is inefficient. And as a result of that, there will need to be some measures taken, an early release of prisoners. And that obviously has an potential impact on communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Alistair and then Caroline.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable, for your report. As always, it gives us an insight into the breadth, the depth and the complexity of policing here within Scotland. I've actually got two questions, if that's okay. The first one is in relation to training. It's really building on the comment made by the Chair. 90% of police officers have now completed the online training in relation to hate crime, and there is a need for further evaluation. And then we also talk about training later in the report in terms of policing together. Training is expensive, but it's absolutely necessary. It's critical to a successful organisation, so it has to be effective. So I was just wondering, the approach that you take to evaluation of training, all the way up to how it's impacting at an organisational level. And then the second question I have really is related to the question I asked earlier about what was interesting the leaders within COSLA, and one of the things is visibility of policing patrols. And you mentioned the joint patrolling that took place in Murray, which is really interesting. And I just wonder if there's other examples that are similar to the Murray experience that would help with that visibility going forward.
Thank you. Thanks for those questions. So, in relation to training, as you know, a vast amount of training takes place in policing, and we've talked this morning about new legislation that requires training. We've talked about public order deployments, which has, again, high level of training associated with it, together with accreditation and re-accreditation. We would routinely evaluate the training that we deliver at the end of different courses, get immediate feedback from officers and staff as to what they think of the training and the impact that it's had. And in relation to your leadership matters, we obviously, because of the importance of it, continue to take feedback, and I just use that as one example. Another example in terms of that overall evaluation, DCC Spears have worked with colleagues around probationer training and looking to continually modernise and improve the way we support our young officers within as they enter the organisation. So it's inbuilt into the way in which we deliver and evaluate and identify the value for money, because these are all abstractions, necessary abstractions, but they are abstractions from core duties. On the point of training, I know that there are lots of views around in-person training and online training. Policing Scotland requires some of the training to be done online. We do a lot of training in person, but we need to balance that clearly in relation to the effectiveness, the value for money, and like I say, the abstraction. And in many cases, it actually is more valuable for individuals to not be drawn away from their core station, because that often has impacts in terms of broader responsibilities they have outside policing. So all the time we're looking about the appropriateness in terms of online provision and in-person provision. In relation to the patrolling, each time we pull together my report for this committee, there are vast numbers of examples. There are clearly more examples than there is an opportunity to talk about. But as I've been visiting stations and speaking to officers, what goes with that patrolling and that visibility is what runs alongside it is also, our social media footprint at a local level, so we're able to tell local people what we're doing so that they can judge the effectiveness of us as a service, and hopefully are reassured that there is a presence and there are local officers and they are very, very much committed to both local engagement and tackling and problem solving issues at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final question from Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Constable, I was very interested to read about the event you held in Tullyallen in May to celebrate special constables, and I was especially struck by the excellent work going on in the borders and the impact that's having on the local community there. I've always been a huge fan of volunteering to help both local communities, but also to bring in specialist skills to help us. Since Police Scotland was formed, the number of specials that we have has declined quite dramatically, actually. So I suppose it's great news to read that you're wanting to create more opportunities. So my question is, do we have a target number that we're looking to bring in? And the second question is, are we looking to develop any pathways from our very successful Youth Volunteers programme to become specials? Thanks.
I'll respond to the first point, and then I'm not familiar whether we've done any work around the progression through, but and so I'll ask DCC Spears to comment on that. But in relation to the special constabulary and more broadly in relation to volunteers, I made an early commitment in relation to that, and the event that you reference was really impressive because it had been developed by the special constabulary members themselves, with some support from across the training department, but very much it was a what do you need, what value can we bring to you through the whole of that weekend. And there were people there from across the country who give up valuable time, many thousands of hours of valuable time to us. And a couple of things have struck me over the months. I think we would want to be more flexible in the way in which we allow people to volunteer with us. So whether they want to be part of a neighbourhood team, whether they want to work with roads policing colleagues, which I know is very popular, for us to move into more specialist areas, maybe in relation to issues around cyber, and truly embrace both the enthusiasm, commitment, that giving up of your own time, but actually drawing on the skills that exist across our communities and people who are really public service minded. We haven't set any targets. It may be something that we get to, but I have a sense, both prior to that weekend and speaking at the event on the Saturday, that this has and will get a continued momentum, and so maybe the target issue, I take your point, but won't necessarily be required. But in relation to specifically the route.
Yeah, thank you. We've taken a fresher approach to recruitment going into 2024-25. It's vital that we have pipelines of people wanting to play different roles within policing. So we absolutely do see a journey for police volunteers coming into the special constabulary. We have a training programme that I think is equipped to allow people to participate in training over a slightly longer period of time, that a time that doesn't conflict with personal lives or other roles that they carry out. We also see the route of special constables coming into the regular force, and we're working really hard with the cohort of special constables that we have. So there are a couple of pipelines. We're working really hard just now around attracting transferees from other forces across the UK, and we're launching an event next Saturday at Jackton, which has got a focus on recruitment right across Scotland. So we're working really, really hard in that space, and we're taking all the learning that we can, Caroline, to make that a better approach.
Thanks very much. Are there any other questions?
Sorry, Martin, can I just come back on that? Just to add that Police Scotland actually hosted an international symposium on volunteer policing last week, which was absolutely brilliant. Dr. Ian Britton, who's a well-known researcher and specialist who's been working with us for a number of years. There were contingents from Holland, from France, a whole load of different places to share best practice and understand how that works. And we actually have approximately 1,200 volunteers in our police youth volunteers, plus with a couple of hundred adults. So bringing that through, not just as a pipeline into policing, but leadership skills, community skills, and social support. So absolutely, really, really part of that, and we're very much part of the international community on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Very pleased to see that international work, and I think that we should be more in that field. We have a lot to learn from our colleagues around the world, and we have a lot to teach them too. Just one final issue from me. In your report, you report on the recruiting of 315 officers since March. Not for now, but maybe in our June meeting, you give us your views about police officer numbers, about how you are going to achieve the 16.6, and what the future looks like for policing. I don't need a special report. I just need you to put that and give us your thoughts about police officer numbers over this year and maybe the next 2 years. Thank you.
On police officer numbers, Chair, if you don't mind, we'd just like to just flag up here an opportunity in terms of how we're going to adapt our initial training.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So this week sees week 2 of a new intake of probationers on a slightly different programme. So we have, in addition to 200 probationers within the college, a further 120 recruits have started with us, and their training is a blend of local training as well as participation at Tullyallen. So we've refreshed the approach, we've revitalised the content of the training programme, and only this week we've agreed to bring in a non-residential probationary course which will kick off in July, which will see an enhanced number of 50 additional officers being recruited from our Jackton facility. We see a couple of benefits in that, one being to try and broaden the attraction of policing and perhaps reduce the barrier of having to work away from home for 17 weeks. So we see that as a real bonus. So we are doing what we can immediately to try and enhance our recruitment intake, but I can bring back to you a report exactly on where we are around numbers to the June board.
Thank you again. Pleased to hear that. The reduced barrier to entry in policing is very welcome. And with HMICS sometimes was saying that maybe the expectations weren't being met because of people's expectations coming into policing, and therefore they exited more quickly than we may have liked. I think the main issue for the board is to maintain the number of police officers at the level at which we're funded, which is around 16.6. I know there will be fluctuations in that. That's the nature of a large workforce. Some come in, some go out. You can't stop that happening. But I think it's not a very detailed report we want. We just like to address the point with you at our next meeting about your confidence in delivering policing within the financial envelope and within the funded envelope of 16,600 officers. Thank you. I was going to take a break at 1:30. It does depend on whether the Chief Executive thinks she needs 10 minutes or more than 10 minutes for her report, and then I'll have a break at 1:30. Chief Executive?
I'm very happy with 10 minutes, Chair.
Right, well, it's up to the rest of the board, but 10 minutes starting now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to highlight areas of specific interest from the Criminal Justice Committee since the last meeting. Yesterday morning, the Vice Chair, Fiona McQueen, with Board Member Katerina Casper and the SPA Head of Legal, Robin Johnson, give evidence to the committee as part of their work into considering the stage 1 of the Police Ethics, Conduct and Scrutiny Bill. The evidence session was preceded by a number of written submissions from the authority, and they are available on the Scottish Parliament website. In addition, the Criminal Justice Committee had also written to the authority on our oversight of health and safety arrangements and of covert policing, and these our responses have been published on our website. Finally, in another matter, Chair, the authority has received and responded to the HMICS review of the Police Authority. The report will be presented by HMICS in due course to the Scottish Parliament and will thereafter be considered by the SPA Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. It's worth emphasising that I think we're the only police oversight body within the United Kingdom which is reviewed by the Policing Inspectorate. And I welcome that review, and I think it is part of the nature of the complex, overlapping accountability mechanisms in policing, and it serves the public interest. So I look forward to that publication when it comes, and I look forward to your report to us at the board meeting about what the high-level issues are from that. Are there any, did you want to, Caroline, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Executive. I note in your report that the authority gave evidence to the Criminal Justice Committee yesterday about the Police Ethics, Conduct and Scrutiny Bill. It was a lengthy session covering a range of issues about the bill and beyond. Could you summarise the authority's view of the bill as it stands? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you say, it was a lengthy session. I think it was an hour and a half. And just to reassure you that it is live streamed, it can be watched, and also there will be a verbatim written record of it. And what came across from me, obviously I wasn't there, but watching it, was that there was a golden thread throughout it in terms of the authority's position on the bill, and very much our position is that the only purpose of the bill has to be to promote trust and confidence in policing. And therefore, the authority has been consistent in its support of Lady Angelini's recommendations. And yesterday, in fact, the evidence from us said that we could probably go further in the bill, particularly around the role of PARC, issues to do with whistleblowing, and other matters. I think, Chair, it would be appropriate if you're mindful for Fiona McQueen and Katerina Casper, who attended, to give their personal perspective, but for me as CEO, absolutely consistent with what was said before. And I understand after that, the convener of the committee approached the board members to thank them for their evidence and said they had made it very clear in terms of what our position was. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If we can have just a couple of minutes from Fiona, then Katerina. Yeah.
I think yesterday we were really grateful to be able to give our perspective to the committee in terms of, as the Chief Executive said, the reason we're either asking for fuller implementation of Lady Angelini's recommendations or our support for the legislation is about the oversight and public confidence that we had. We also emphasised that it's not just about the legislation, culture is a big part of it, and we've heard the Chief Constable today talk about voice of the workforce, as well as the importance of piecing together and moving forwards. And Katrina will obviously see what she wants to say, but I think it was helpful for us to be able to outline some of the improvements that have been made over the past few years in terms of complaints and conduct, so that we could confidently talk about building on the certainty that we have of a good system, that this legislation will help us to get even better.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Fiona, for kind of setting it out. Absolutely, I think the CJC session was an absolutely excellent opportunity for the SPA, again, to stress that we are 100% committed to making sure that the complaints handling system in Police Scotland is as good as it can be. So it's easy to access, it's transparent, it's fair, and everybody is supported throughout the process. We'll also stress the fact that it's really important for us to have organisational learning in place. throughout the complaints process, because that's really where the value sits. And as Fiona mentioned, public trust and confidence is absolutely key. And some of the discussion at the committee focused around, is it necessary to have an absolutely independent from the police complaints handling arrangements? Is it necessary? I think what's really important to remember is that public trust overall is built up when there are clearly stated outcomes that are consistently achieved over time. So this is absolutely where I think our focus needs to be, that the process consistently delivers robust, fair, transparent outcomes in a compassionate way. And that, to me, is the best indication that over time we will get to the levels of trust and public confidence that I think we all desire. So overall, I'm just really grateful to the CJC's convener and the members of the committee for their really insightful, relevant and courteous questioning.
Thank you very much, and I of course watched it too, and thank you to the board members and our staff for participating. I wonder, Catherine, if you could just say a little bit about the assurance you're able to give about the relative position in Scotland, which Lady Angelini gave to the committee and gave in her report. I think that was a very important part of your evidence, and I'll come to the Chief Constable.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So, what comes through really quite clearly is that over the last few years, following Lady Angelini's report, the system changes which have been implemented across the different partners who together comprise the system, that there is a fair degree of confidence in the design adequacy of the arrangements. So the process as it is on paper seems to be adequate. And in fact, again, in her evidence to the committee, Lady Angelini stressed that point. She said quite clearly that actually, in her view, the system, if it works, as on paper, if it works well, is actually not a bad model at all. We do know that there are still issues with implementation, and I think that's well acknowledged that there are challenges in terms of making sure that the practice actually matches what is on paper. And that is very much where we as the SPA, particularly in the Complaints and Conduct Committee, working very closely with Police Scotland, are focusing our attentions on. So what is it in the execution of the design that can be improved so that, as I say, the process is robust, consistent and delivers and gets better with time.
Thank you. Chief Constable, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Following your attendance at the committee yesterday, DCC Spears and Chief Superintendent Helen Harrison from our Professional Standards Department also gave evidence to the committee, and we are broadly aligned in terms of the proposals, which is a very positive position. But in examining the proposals within the bill, what it highlights to us is that I think there is a requirement, and Alan will come in a minute, there's a requirement for us to look and seize an opportunity in relation to the current misconduct regulations, which go back to 2014, so 10 years ago, and picking up the strand around policing together, around professionalism and prevention. What we would observe is that those regulations are not fit for purpose moving forward, and we would like to see some amendments in relation to that, which probably, in our view, require secondary legislation. But I'll bring Alan in to provide some more detail. Many of you will be familiar with these areas. Thank you.
Just a couple of things that I would draw out. Firstly and foremost, I was able to reaffirm our commitment to the legislation and to the work of Lady Angelini. Helpfully, one of the questions posed in that evidence session was around, does the bill go far enough to impact the culture within policing? And I think that's to the point that the Chief has said. I was able to say that the conduct regulations as we know them are vitally important, but in 2024 the regulations from 2014 aren't fit for purpose. We don't have fast track ability to accelerate proceedings. We don't have the ability to carry out proceedings without delay. We don't have equity or parity in these proceedings, and we do need strengthened arrangements around vetting. So the evidence session presented me the opportunity to make those points, and also quite a bit of focus on finance, and I was able to recognise the introduction of the bill will bring additional financial costs to bear on Police Scotland in relation to training, in relation to legal and proceedings costs, and a requirement to probably uplift the resource that supports this function. So very similar to Katerina, it was a positive session where we reaffirmed our support of the work of Lady Angelini, but it does present opportunities, and I encourage the committee to look at how we could accelerate the additional elements that would actually make a difference in policing.
Thank you, and I think that is very important. So there are three things for me. One is the changes have taken place since the Angelini review reported in 2020, and the assurance that this board has received directly from the chair and indirectly from DCC Spears, and I know that there's been systematic improvement in that process. Really significant change has been taken place. And then the second is there are things that only the bill can do, and those are issues which we think should be addressed. So the clear ones are having a barred list in Scotland. We should know who has been dismissed, and they should not be able to be readmitted to any police service in the UK, and that's a very severe weakness at the moment, for just one. But again, the bill's not sufficient, and I would really emphasise the point you made there. The conduct regulations are not a matter of the bill, they are the matter for regulation by the government. And that has to happen at pace, because that's the labyrinthine world that each of us have to work through, which means that the outcome is delayed. It's in nobody's interest, the complainant's interest, not actually in the officer's interest. The process is enormously expensive, and you retain people within the cost of the public service who are making no contribution to policing. They are suspended for one reason or another. So the regulations have to be modernised at pace. But as I understand it, they can't have that until the bill is enacted. In the meantime, we shouldn't be waiting passively for new regulations to be foisted or drafted on our behalf. We should be working hard to know how to have an efficient set of policing regulations, which is a complex, specialised subject. So I'm going to leave it with your team to speak to the team within what assistance we can give, but you are best placed to go, here's a draft set of regulations, or at least an outline of the key principles of regulation. And some of the issues which you will want in there is fast-track dismissal, I would imagine, by the Chief Constable. The vetting failure means dismissal. And we want those built in to the regulations. So can I ask you, and we're with you on this, can I ask you to work hard to try to at least have an outline of a modernised police regulation rather than wait for those to be drafted after the bill is enacted? That, to my mind, is too long and it's too passive an approach. My fault, we didn't finish quite within the 10 minutes, so thank you very much. Can we take a short comfort break now, and we're going to come back at, say, 11:45? Thanks very much. Thank you very much and welcome back. Our next item is item 7, a report from our Director of Forensic Services. Over to you, Fiona Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. So following approval of the revenue and capital budget for this year, Forensic Services is continuing to undertake a phased implementation of our new operating model. This year the focus is on consolidation of the significant changes that have been made, with a focus on realising benefits and driving efficiencies across the organisation. In the last meeting of the Forensic Services Committee, the Chief Operating Officer presented the Q4 performance report. In addition, I presented the updated 2024 to 26 business plan. This set out prioritised activity required to drive forward delivery of our strategy, and it really focused on the required mitigations of both operational and strategic risk. The business plan is intrinsically linked to the Forensic Services Performance Framework that was approved in October of last year and will shortly be refreshed. In relation to our accreditation to international quality standards, Forensic Services had a positive visit from the United Kingdom Accreditation Service in April, which recognised the progress made in criminal toxicology, casework analysis, and the overarching Forensic Services management system. Performance in drug driving toxicology remains strong internally, and we continue to work with our outsource partner in relation to them achieving contractual turnaround times. In the drug driving update presented to the Forensic Services Committee, a third version of the toxicology improvement plan was presented. This sets out the work required to ensure delivery of the Section 4 and Section 5A drug driving toxicology reports within the anticipated reduced statutory time limits, which we are expecting to see later on this year. The National Tasking Unit has celebrated its first year in existence. This unit is responsible for the triage and deployment of scene attendance requests for Police Scotland across the country. We have had 2 reviews that have been undertaken into the tasking unit, one by the Metropolitan Police and another by Police Scotland Portfolio Assurance, and we are working at the moment to develop a plan to drive further improvement in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Tom Halpin first question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. The current financial environment is obvious to everyone how challenging that can be, but you're on a journey in transformational change. I'd just like to explore a bit more the progress that you're making in terms of implementing the new operating model for forensic services, and also about delivering that sustainable long-term solution for toxicology, which is real critical for service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it's certainly difficult implementing the large scale of change within forensic services without the upfront investment that was set out in the business case. We have made a large amount of progress at implementing the majority of that model, particularly around the new structure for how we're going to deliver the capabilities within forensic services. So it cuts the organisation horizontally rather than vertically. We've put mechanisms and processes in place around the management structures to make sure that we don't creep back into siloed thinking, siloed working. So there's a lot of work still to do. There are posts which were identified as required in that operating model that haven't been able to be recruited because of the financial challenges. So we are looking at how we can consistently prioritise any recruitment as people leave the organisation to make sure that we can make progress over time. The long-term sustainable model for drug driving toxicology, there's a lot of good progress that's going on in refreshing a lot of work that's been done previously. It's very much linked in with the development of our strategic workforce plan, which looks across the whole of the service, but clearly drug driving demand is a key element of that, and we're undertaking a 5-year demand forecast just now. That will refresh the data that we need to use to underpin where we go in the future and to make sure that it is a sustainable model for toxicology analysis moving forward.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Just one from me, Fiona. Under 1.1, you report using a balanced scorecard approach, you reported strong delivery to Paul and his committee for forensic services. Can you just give us your quick assurance about the key areas of delivery, timescale, the level of competence shown by your staff, the assurance given by external accreditation? I think we just need a short bit from you to back that up, because we do get the regular reports from Paul. It's just your assurance to us about this strong delivery.
Thank you, Chair. So the performance report sets out a range of different areas within forensic services, and there are absolutely some challenges within that. And we've seen an improving performance across our scenes tasking, and we've seen an improvement against our volume crime DNA analysis. So we are making the staged improvements that we need. It is a challenge maintaining the service delivery and delivering substantial change in the organisation, and we're balancing up both the requirements to deliver the service to Police Scotland and to the Crown Office, as well as making sure that we're driving the organisation's efficiency.
And if and when the times, which were COVID times for taking cases to court, reduced from, I think, 12 to 6 months, do you have the capability and capacity to deliver that?
We do, with the an outsourcing provision which we have within the budget for this financial year. So again, this year we are working to that revised statutory time limit. That's an assumption that we're making, that it will change. And what we'll need to do through the long-term sustainable model for drug driving toxicology analysis is to see how that is sustained then moving forward.
Thank you very much, and I was very pleased, and thank you to the estates team for replacing the roof in Howden Hall. You'd be surprised the number of times I have a phone call saying forensic services is down because there's a major leak, which is always a very great concern. They don't come on weekdays, it's part normally, a weekend, something happens. So I'm delighted, thank you to the team for doing that, and that allows continuation of delivery over the period. So are there any other, anything else at all? Try and come up on my note. Right, if there's nothing else, we move on to item 8, which is a presentation from Ian White. Ian is the British Transport Police Authority Scotland member and chairs a Scottish group. I'm sure he'll say more about that. And accompanying Ian is DCC Sutherland, welcome, and Chief Superintendent Murray, welcome. Ian White, for those of you who've been around the board for a while, is a previous board member of the Scottish Police Authority, so this will be reasonable familiar territory. And I'm absolutely delighted to re-meet you, Ian, and to hear progress under your chairing of the British Transport Police Authority, joint work with the authority members, who are Tom Halpin and Mary Pitcaseley. Thank you. Over to you, Ian.
Well, thank you, Chair, and it's been very nice to be back with SPA colleagues from the past and to have a warm welcome, so thank you to everyone this morning. I've been in post since the 6th of November last year, so it's still fairly early days for me. But you'll know that the Scottish Railway Policing Committee, as a subcommittee of British Transport Police Authority, was established back in October 2019 and has 3 members from the BTPA, and of course, as you've said, Tom Halpin and Mary Pitcaseley from your board, and we very much value their input and expertise as part of the committee. It was created to provide assurance to the BTPA, to you, SPA and Scottish ministers on the delivery of railway policing in Scotland. We do that through making sure there's effective consultation with stakeholders, providing oversight of development plans and policies, scrutinising performance, of course, and against the agreed plans and statutory requirements, and ensuring that agreed improvements recommended by external inspections and reviews are implemented. We cover HMICS reviews and also audit reviews and other work on the committee. We assess and report to BTPA as a whole in respect of value for money in relation to the elements of the fund that are spent, invested in railway policing in Scotland. And that's through quarterly meetings with fairly packed agendas recently. I've been quite surprised by how much we've had on the agenda since I joined the committee. and we report against Scotland's railway policing plan, but also on work that links into wider BTPA requirements. I'll step over to my colleagues in a moment to talk about actual policing structures and work that's ongoing, but I think it's worth mentioning some highlights from our last meeting of the committee on the 5th of March. We were very pleased that Chief Constable Lucy Dorsey joined us at that meeting, giving oversight at the top level of the force. We discussed a new approach to strategic risk, which we're going to develop further in the coming months and will be on the agenda again at the next meeting. Joint work between BTP and SPA around bus and rail stations in response to antisocial behaviour. A thematic on mental health, which I'm very pleased to say the BTP approach was praised by HMICS as an example of best practice that could be looked at by others, and an industry voice item concentrating on joint work to avoid disruption to the railway. At the next meeting, we're going to look at policing plan performance, some joint work on the future use of drones in Scotland to help police the railway, and we're looking to the work Police Scotland have done on that around the ethics of use to help develop our approach. Passenger survey work, which will highlight what the public think about railway policing, and we hope for some input from ScotRail as part of what we call industry voice, and also from rail pastors on partnership. So with that, Alistair, do you want to say a bit more about force in Scotland?
Ian, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Alistair Sutherland, Deputy Chief Constable for BTP. Chair, thank you very much for the invite to come this afternoon and speak briefly around the work of British Transport Police in Scotland. As you know, we are a specialist police for Scotland's railway, providing a service to passengers, freight operators and all staff. Over 3,000 kilometres of route, for those interested, 357 stations and 64 million passenger journeys a year. And in providing that service, we divide our resources across 12 sectors, and our resources in Scotland total around 300 officers, staff and special constables. Delivering the policing service in Scotland, we work to our Guardians of the Railway Policing Strategy, which has 6 key objectives. Firstly, crime prevention and safeguarding to reduce the likelihood of people coming to harm on Scotland's railways. Targeting our efforts to ensure fewer victims of the most serious crime in particular. Innovating and collaborating with all our partners to reduce disruption on the rail network, which is a key responsibility for British Transport Police. Building trust and confidence of passengers and staff in defeating criminality together, and then lastly building a modern and inclusive workforce. So those are the key strategic aims of the force. Some of the delivery highlights, if I look back over at the last performance year, we did see a rise in crime, total notifiable offences of 329 offences in total. Our passenger journey, crimes per passenger journey numbers sit roughly around 18 crimes per million passenger journeys. And our detection rate overall, our solved rate for crime in Scotland sits at the moment at 42% for the last year, which is a percentage increase from the previous year. Of particular concern, but also interest and focus for us is serious violence and assaults, where our detection rate for violence with injury is at 67%. Sex offences did see an increase last year as well, although our solved rate for those type of crimes now sits around 70%, so a positive move forward in that realm. In terms of our use of powers in Scotland, a particular focus on stop and search, we do have a positive outcome rate of 49% for last year, and that 49% gave us an increase in detection of weapons on the rail network. And as you've heard already, the authority oversees our use of legislation and powers through their scrutiny. It is, from a British Transport Police perspective, Scotland has the highest detection rate and the best performance in relation to crime through the UK. and we're particularly proud of that. We obviously do a huge amount of partnership work with our colleagues in Police Scotland, some of our statutory and voluntary partners, and I do have a huge amount of detail I could go into, but at this point I will hand over to Chief Superintendent Jill Murray for that.
Thanks, sir. And afternoon, Jill Murray. I'm the Divisional Commander for BTP in Scotland, and again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you today. And I'm just going to give a wee bit of a touch on the partnership working, because I thought about this and how much we could explain, because we do a lot in this space. And if you think about our geography from the north in Aberdeen and Inverness down to Ayrshire in the lower half of Scotland, there's a lot going on with our finite resources, but we couldn't do it alone, and I would stress that. And it's a big thank you for me to Police Scotland, because we do a lot of collaborative work in Police Scotland, and we couldn't do it without their support. And I was just going to use a short example from this morning. I'm fortunate to be on the Western Delivery Board and the Eastern, and already that partnership working is flourishing, because we're sharing that information, that intelligence, and actually our tactical responses are being coordinated together, because it is cross-jurisdiction, so that's really positive. But from our perspective, it's much a collaboration with the industry and that wider sector, with the third sector, charities, etc. So a lot of great work with Network Rail. The Travel Safe team that ScotRail have brought in have been really significant for us in that visibility space, because it is about partnerships, that prevention, the proactive work that we're doing around problem solving and prevention is key, and that's vital to our success. There's a number of local partnerships happening up and down the country. The learning and development space, again, we work closely with Police Scotland on that. We're part of their emergency services tactical group to understand what we can do together as a blue light collaboration. And we work closely with third sector, said, like the rail pastors, etc., do a great job, and Samaritans and the railway children around vulnerability. So it's also about safeguarding those that need our support. And a wee example, the Inverclyde Community Hub down in Ayrshire is a fantastic result there around the joint working we do with Police Scotland again, and those community partners, that we've seen that reduction in antisocial behaviour. And I chair the Safer Transport Group, which brings in those railway partners, but also Police Scotland and Transport Scotland and Scottish Government, and it links in with the Crown Office as well around what we can do differently around the toolkit to tackle antisocial behaviour, because that's the one thing that we find from our communities that will tell us that they're more frightened of, and that the sexual offences, violence against women and girls, which is a key priority for us, and it's how we work together collaboratively to create that hostile environment for crime, and importantly that our victims feel that they can come forward and report that. So there's a lot of great work going on in that space. And also, it would be foolish of me not to mention the events and the public order policing that we're doing around. We had COP26, didn't we? The European Championships, UCI Championships last year, and that multi-agency approach that we're very firmly aligned with each other. And also we second some of our own staff into custody. So we have our sergeants seconded there full time. And around Tullyallen with the training, because obviously Tullyallen helped provide that training support to us, and we've got a sergeant who works there also. And the hate crime legislation, I know that's been quite significant recently. We've been really grateful again to Police Scotland, who allowed us to join their workshops as well as the e-learning package that we were doing ourselves to make sure we're fully aligned and joined up. So it's end to end for us, the partnership working with partners across Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may finish, I've taken us slightly out of kilter, but for a reason. I just wanted to finish, if it's okay, and talk very briefly around how we're looking to optimise our service delivery in Scotland on rail. And last year we conducted our annual force capability review and identified the opportunity based on a demand and resource picture to reset what we call optimise our policing service across the network and Scotland in order to sort of deal with that increasing demand. I've touched on the crime increases, but calls for service increase as well, so rebalancing and reflexing our resources. We're looking to reset the way we deliver our business into much more of a traditional neighbourhood policing model based on 3 levels, calls for service and dealing with current outstanding reactive demand, targeted local intelligence-led problem solving and tasking, And then finally, much more high visibility on train patrols and a move away from necessarily response policing in vehicles. And those are the three key elements that we're looking to deliver. And certainly through a sort of focus on demand reduction, looking to increase our available percentage time on proactive policing and problem solving. I came this morning from a meeting with Jill and her senior leadership team to go through the first draft of what that might look like for Scotland, and in early June we look to sort of sign off gate one of that new design, and clearly would welcome the opportunity in the future to come back and brief you and the committee on that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of board members. Just a couple of questions from me. Just explain how you're funded, and then your officer numbers, about 300 plus, how that has shifted, or has it shifted over the last 5 years or 4 years? So how you're funded and how your officer numbers are holding up?
So the vast majority of the funding is from the rail companies who fund directly. There is a small amount of funding for county lines from the Home Office. Alistair might have more detail.
Our funding model is purely industry funding, so from train operating companies, Network Rail, and in London, TfL, Transport for London. We are funded by the Home Office for county lines. We have a particularly successful county lines unit within British Transport Police that do operate in Scotland, working jointly with Police Scotland. So those are the four main areas of funding, but it is almost completely industry funded.
Officer numbers?
I think the last couple of years we've seen certainly in my time, a slight increase in Scotland, but very slight in numbers. Jill's can give you a sort of a more historic look back, but we've seen single figure increases in Scotland and looking for a few more this year. The force management statement that we are shortly to conclude will give us a better idea of what the next 12 months and more needs to look like for Scotland on those numbers. But certainly in my time, we've not seen a reduction. Jill, I don't know if you want to...
We tend to operate at our maximum, our gross establishment, as much as we can. So we tend to find that because we have 2 intakes a year, we're generally operating at our maximum, if not over, because we don't have a problem recruiting, certainly within BTP at the moment. And numbers have generally stayed pretty much consistent since my time as well. So we average around about 150 officers that operate across Scotland at any given time. And of course, as Mr. Sutherland said, we've got over 300 people that service Scotland, but they also support some of the functions across the border as well, in England and Wales.
So have you got 300 officers or 150 officers?
Frontline officers around 150, and then we've obviously got special constables on top of that as well.
So we're looking for the new model for around 155 sergeants and constables, a number of inspectors above that, and the senior leadership team, which takes the figure slightly higher. A very small number of special constables, but we also have divisional CID, which are a centralised service to Scotland under A division. So we have detectives on top of that number, and that builds it with police staff.
Thank you very much. I've got Katrina.
Thank you, Chair. I really enjoyed this report, found it really interesting. Thank you very much. And I had been thinking what an enormous amount you have to cover with very limited resources. So it's been really interesting to hear how you're managing to make the most of those resources and what you're managing to achieve. And I also really enjoyed hearing about your partnership work with organisations such as the Railway Children and that kind of safeguarding stuff. So no, really fascinating. Thank you. My question, you did touch on it, was around the impact, if any, and what, from the new hate crime legislation.
Thank you. Yes, so in comparison to my colleagues in Police Scotland, we've not had a significant impact, increased demand in this. And as I said, from the training perspective, to make sure officers were aligned with Police Scotland in that training, we've undertaken those workshops to make sure our officers and staff understand it. And that includes our control rooms, who are obviously receiving those calls. We've only had 23 incidents with the hate crime qualifier since the 1st of April, and 15 recorded hate crimes. obviously for us it's really important that we encourage people to report, so we do run campaigns regularly, but certainly as a result of that legislation we've not had the same impact as my colleagues have.
Thank you very much. Before I come to the Chief Constable, any comment from Tom or Mary, who are our representative on the committee?
Thank you very much for that. I think one of the things we've been particularly impressed about is the partnership working, and particularly between yourselves and Police Scotland. And one of the examples you mentioned briefly, Jill, was to do with secondment of officers in and out. So I wondered if maybe you could say a wee bit more about that, and also maybe about some joint recruitment initiatives as well.
Thanks, Mary. Well, certainly from the secondment piece, clearly we used custody facilities in Police Scotland, so certainly it made a lot of sense that we had 2 seconded sergeants that operate, and we rotate those so that our officers are getting that development and opportunity at the same time. And in Tullyallen with the training centre, as I said, we have 2 intakes a year, so we're really fortunate to have one of our own sergeants based there full time. We've just rotated that one as well. And I'm very keen to see what more we can do around seconding more, enabling that to happen both ways. And certainly at the minute there's a lot of great work being done though, where my staff, my officers are working alongside at Gartcosh with the County Lines Intelligence is one of those really good examples as well, where they're embedded within Gartcosh as well. And the recruitment piece, I know we've got a positive action recruitment team that link in with Police Scotland as well around how do we perhaps deal with pride some of the good work that Police Scotland are doing around our communities across Scotland. So there's a lot of good stuff going on. I could talk forever, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the Chief Constable if she'd like to make any comment about the relationships that have been discussed with your service.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. As you'd expect, I linked in early on with Chief Constable Lucy Dorsey, just to get a sense at a strategic level where the connections exist, and the ongoing, as colleagues have highlighted from BTP, the ongoing excellent work. Probably one of the things you mentioned there was in relation to mental health and the correct policing response around mental health, and it's something that we are very focused on currently. So we'll probably pick that up with you outside the meeting. Interested in what you're doing in that respect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Paul Eady would like to ask a question.
Yes, I thought it was a very interesting and fascinating report, and also your presentation as well. And forgive my ignorance, but I'm going to ask something because I do want to colour in and improve my knowledge on this. But you only police railways and underground. There's no scope for the intercity bus stations, for example. I'm curious where your jurisdiction ends, and what happens if you're do you pursue someone beyond the stations, etc.? So I'm interested just to get a little bit more colour on this.
Jurisdictionally, absolutely. Our legislation gives us powers on the rail, but also wider into what you'd call normal policing business. So we will often deal with calls for Police Scotland and vice versa. We probably couldn't operate effectively without that mutual support. It is the rail, it is some trams, and it is the underground, but there is nothing at the moment in terms of buses or beyond rail infrastructure and trams that we take as part of our ownership and jurisdiction. So it very much focused on the rail and all of the infrastructure that supports it. And when I speak to both colleagues who are thinking of joining and members of public and committees, I don't suppose I can call myself new anymore, but it took some time to get used to the volume of infrastructure that is attached to rail that really brings in our policing into the same realms as Home Office forces in what we do. So all of the powers, policies, guidance, procedures are applicable, and our activity reflects very much what you'd see in Police Scotland, just attached to the rail.
So is it where someone commits an offence within the footprint of the railway system, it's your baby, and if out with that you're just liaising and handing over responsibility or whatever to the territorial police services.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll record and investigate any offences within our jurisdiction, but we'll also record offences outside there and make sure there's a very carefully controlled handover to our colleagues in Police Scotland.
Thank you very much. My final question to you is this. We're very grateful for you to coming to the board. What the board is seeking from these kind of meetings, and we're having one presentation from the Director General of the National Crime Agency next, is what we describe as third-party assurance about your relationships with Police Scotland, your effective partnership with Police Scotland, your joint activity. And you've mentioned a lot of that. Now, you cover, I think you cover the United Kingdom. I imagine you cover the United Kingdom. I don't know if you're willing to answer this question, but in terms of the relationship which you have with Police Scotland compared to relationships with other parts of the police service, is there some things that you can teach us, or Police Scotland can teach other parts of the United Kingdom about these relationships? You don't have to answer that question, but we are interested in learning from across the jurisdiction, and we are interested in benchmarking our service.
So I think I've been fortunate to serve in three forces, and I would say that the relationship between British Transport Police and Police Scotland is extremely close and very productive. That's my assessment of it. And there are some great examples going back over the last couple of years where we've worked with Police Scotland to problem solve some fairly meaty issues. And of course, members and more will be aware of what we used to deal with, the antisocial behaviour issues on the West Coast during the spring and summer months, and how much publicity, coverage and community confidence damage was done by behaviour in relation to antisocial behaviour. So there was a great example of joint working by Jill and the team to reduce down those sorts of issues. The rail partnership that we have and our focus on violence against women and girls in particular is something that we work very closely with colleagues in Police Scotland, but that is a huge focus for British Transport Police along with vulnerability, and we are constantly having those discussions on how we can develop that relationship.
Thank you very much, and we would like to invite you back on a regular basis to both hear about the work, your plans for future, and to give us some of this third-party assurance, which we're very pleased to receive about your very positive working relationship with Police Scotland. Very happy to hear that. And very nice to see you again, Ian, around our table. Final word from you?
Thank you, Chair. And in welcoming that invitation to come back at some future stage, I think we'd probably also welcome you to the Railway Policing Committee at some stage as an observer if you wish to see some of that assurance taking place. Your colleagues play a big input to that, as to two colleagues of mine from BTPA, and we are very much focused on giving you that assurance around the joint working where it's necessary as part of the committee's work, and we'd like to develop that. And I would say as well, I have found it quite interesting that that meeting happens in a way with a wider audience in the room than perhaps BTPA meetings in London, where there is less public scrutiny, fewer inputs from journalists and so on. So it's very interesting to have that, but it's also very helpful to have that because it's giving public reassurance too about the joint work and the work of BTP in Scotland, that it's properly scrutinised, but also some really good successes.
Thank you, Ian. I'll certainly take up that invitation to attend, and my office will liaise with yours to arrange that. And I'm very pleased that all you say. I think part of the key issues about public confidence is openness and transparency, to discuss things together in an open way. And whilst we can't always do that, we have 2 items in private on our agenda, but we explain what that is, and we report back on what those are. So I'm very pleased with the assurance you've been able to give us and the close working relationships you clearly have with Police Scotland. And I'm taking that's one of the best police services that you're working with in the United Kingdom, even if you didn't directly say that. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. I know that you probably have to leave, and I'm going to invite Graham Bigger, Director General of the NCA, to come up, and when he's settled, we'll start that item. Welcome, Graham Bigger, Director General, as I said, of the National Crime Agency. This is the, I think, second time you've come to see us. It's very important that one of the most important crime partners of Police Scotland reports regularly to our Policing Performance Committee. I know reports and discuss it regularly with the Scottish Government about cross-border issues and international issues. The reason, as I said to Ian White, one of the clear issues that we have is seeking third-party assurance about is the relationship working, is there the right degree of assessment about the balance of the relationship that you have. And the last time you were before us, you were giving very positive messages to us about the capacity and capability of policing in Scotland, such a large, competent service in the areas of complex crime detection. So they're genuine partners with you, sometimes taking on issues which other services and forces are too small in the rest of the United Kingdom to take on. So once again, thank you. I genuinely really appreciate all that you report to us on, and your annual attendance, and your open invitation for us to be part of looking with you at the governance of the NCA and you helping us with the oversight of policing through this. So over to you, Graham.
I hope I've pressed the right button. Yeah, good. Look, it's really great to be here. I mean, one thing I said last time, but I will repeat, is that the National Crime Agency is here to help protect the public right throughout the UK. And that matters as much in Scotland as anywhere else. And so while my primary accountability is to the Home Secretary in London, I absolutely do feel accountable in Scotland, and in Scotland to the Scottish Police Authority, as well as in Northern Ireland to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. So it's fundamental to me to come up to these boards and discuss issues with you and be held to account. The relationship with Police Scotland, I mean, you started with that, is really strong. We have, as I think I mentioned in September, our organised crime partnership, a kind of joint team based in Gartcosh, who are really busy all the time, and that is part of the relationship. But we also work together in a whole series of other investigations, both serious and organised crime, and then other areas on which we support forces around the country, including Scotland. We have a weekly meeting with the Assistant Chief who leads on organised crime, which is the kind of grid meeting looking at the various jobs. We attend that along with other Scottish stakeholders. We also run a series of kind of governance bodies down in London for the UK, one for each of the threats, each of the crime types that we lead on. So, you know, drugs or child sexual abuse, and Police Scotland are invariably represented on those as well. And then at the political level, the CABSEC Justice chairs the Serious and Organised Crime Task Force that brings together Police Scotland and a series of other bodies, and we attend and sit on that as well. So that's something on the relationship. Do you want me to do a quick introduction on the report and then hand over to questions? So, I mean, you'll have seen the report. Last 6 months, 131 disruptions that we have been involved in. Over the year, 276, so a 10%, rough 10% increase on the previous year. And then within that, the shift that we have been looking to see as well to disruptions that are on more important crimes and that are bigger disruptions. So we kind of rank the disruptions from major down to minor, and we rank the level of investigation that we are doing from P1, the most important, down to P4. So we're pushing to have more disruptions on the P1 and P2s, and more of those being major or moderate. And we have seen that trend both nationally across the UK and in the work we've been doing in Scotland, which is positive. But they're, of course, just figures. So we provided some examples of individual investigations that we have been involved in. And just to mention a couple of those, and there's a couple that aren't in the update, they're a bit more recent. But one that is in the update was the disruption of Western Balkans individual running cannabis farms in and around Glasgow at scale, convicted in February, the 19th of February, I think, and sentenced for 8 years. But that was a long-running investigation that I've been working on jointly with Police Scotland, and a real success. One that isn't in the report, actually, and the conviction was after the report was released, was into the Earl OCG. who are based in Liverpool, but a large part of what they were doing was transporting drugs from Liverpool up into Scotland, largely kind of Motherwell. And that was heroin, that was cocaine. They had a methamphetamine lab up in Scotland as well. So it was based in Liverpool, but absolutely projecting harm into Scotland. And we have now convicted 3 of them, sentenced 1 still to go, 4 individuals from that group, and that is fundamentally disrupted. The last was actually arrested in Portugal, which links to our international reach. So that was work with our Portuguese counterparts to identify, locate him, get them to arrest him, and then do an extradition back to the UK for trial. We also, and again, this is since the report was finalised, we made 4 arrests near Hull, where we seized half a ton of cocaine. So that's comparatively a lot of cocaine to be seizing inside the UK that had just been brought ashore. And those 4 individuals who've been charged and remanded include 3 individuals from Scotland. I won't say more about that case at the moment because obviously there's a trial to come, but that was a significant one. If I just say a word on trends in organised crime that we're seeing that are relevant to Scotland before concluding. So that last example is indicative of us seeing more cocaine supply coming to Europe and into the UK, and the mode in which it's coming. So we're seeing more cocaine being brought in big vessels and then thrown over the side, from mother vessels we call them, and then thrown over the side and picked up by a daughter vessel, a rib or a small fishing vessel, and brought back ashore. And we see that right around the UK, including in Scotland. Makes it quite a challenging and complex crime to identify and spot, and involves capabilities from intelligence agencies, Drug Enforcement Administration, the MAOC, the Maritime Operations Centre we've got based in Lisbon, then back to Border Force, local police forces, us, sometimes CT police as well. So really complex investigations when we try and disrupt that, but we've been seeing more of it. We've also been seeing more of criminals bringing, or individuals bringing in their luggage when they come into airports, really quite large quantities, particularly of cannabis, but even of cocaine. People, of course, have always done this, but we're seeing it happen much more brazenly now. Entire suitcases just completely full of cocaine. There have been 28 individuals identified and stopped by Border Force at Glasgow or Edinburgh Airport since the 1st of February. And that is just much more than we have had before. And we're seeing that right across the UK. Earlier in the year, about 6 months ago, a year ago, they were mostly coming from the US and Canada. And obviously there's been the legalization in some states there of cannabis, and that's been a definite factor. We worked really hard with the US authorities to make that harder, to do more prevention at their end, with some success, not complete success. But possibly as a result of that, we've seen more people now flying in from Thailand with these enormous quantities of drugs. But that's about 600 kilograms of cannabis that's been intercepted at Glasgow or Edinburgh Airport from air passengers just in the last 3 months. So that's one trend. Within kind of child sexual abuse and fraud, we've seen, and this I know has been a very hot topic in Scotland, a significant rise in what we call sextortion. So when often young men, teenagers, are interacting online with someone they think is a young woman, exchange intimate images and find out that it wasn't a young woman at all, but a fraudster, and they haven't been doing it for sexual gratification, they've been doing it so they can blackmail those individuals. And we've seen something like a 10-fold increase in that in the last 2 years. Actually hit the US and Australia a bit earlier than us, but over the last year it has really hit the UK too. So it's been a big new trend and is really disturbing, and we have, including in Scotland, had very tragic suicides of young boys and men who've just felt themselves in an impossible position. We have been working hard on that, and in 2 broad ways. One is in communications out to schools and young people to say, A, don't do this, but B, if it happens, it's not the end of the world. Just tell your parents, tell someone, and we can help. So we did a big comms message on that on, I think, the 29th of April. It was the kind of front page in the Daily Mail. We did lots of kind of breakfast news as well. We worked with Education Scotland as well as authorities in England to get it out to local authorities and schools, and from there to parents. So education is a fundamental part of it. But of course, we've got to try and disrupt too. So there's an awful lot of work internationally. There's a real nexus of this activity in West Africa, kind of Nigeria and Ghana, where also some fraud comes from, quite a large proportion of fraud, but we've seen it come from there. So we're working hard with our counterparts in Nigeria and Ghana. I was out in Nigeria the week before last, I think, discussing this very issue with them. Penultimate trend, synthetic opioids. The kind of fentanyl that's ravaged the US, 75,000 deaths last year from fentanyl, hasn't hit the UK in anything like the same way. We had a tiny spike of fentanyl in about 2017. We clamped down very hard on it, and frankly, it went away. But that's just one form of synthetic opioid, and there are plenty of others. And the one that has hit the UK is nitazines, and there are multiple different variants of nitazines, but that began to hit us really in June last year in the UK. And we've had since June up until the 9th of May, the last figures I've got, 176 deaths that we have associated with nitazines. There will be more that our forensics haven't picked up yet. And that's across the UK. But within Scotland, the figure is 47. So that's an updated figure to the, I think it said 17 in the report was up until February. This is now up until the 9th of May. So 47 in Scotland. And that's, as it happens, not all deaths that have happened since the 1st of February. It's reports, because the forensics have kind of come through more recently that have identified it. But that is a disproportionate number in Scotland compared to England and Wales, and links to the drug patterns that we have seen for some time and you're well aware of in Scotland. But it's a really important issue for all of us. It's still a small proportion of the drug deaths that we have right across the UK. We have 40 people across the UK die from opioids a week, and this is 176 over 9 months. But it has the real potential to escalate and become the major cause of deaths, and for that proportion of deaths to be so much higher. So there's two broad things we have to do. One is really get on top of the early identification, the forensics, absolutely understanding what is nitazene and where it is coming, or any other types of synthetic opioids. And secondly, to disrupt as much as we possibly can. And this is hard because these drugs are cheap and they are small. And so to an organized criminal, this looks like a really good way of evolving your business. And that's what's happened in the States. So it is hard to give any kind of assurance that we can stop this coming into the UK in a bigger way, but we need to work our hardest to try and make it happen as slowly as possible and as little as possible. Final issue I was going to mention was cybercrime, and I spoke about this last time I was here. The big thing that's happened since then was the disruption that we did of the biggest ransomware strain in the world, which is called Lockbit. So Lockbit, for the last 2 or 3 years, has been 25% of the ransomware attacks worldwide. It has caused over £1 billion of cost, either in the ransoms paid or the recovery costs for different businesses. There have been thousands of organizations worldwide that have been hit by it, 250 in the UK. It's businesses large and small, private and public sector. 20% of them have been health or education organizations. And there were, I think, 15 organisations in Scotland hit by Lockbit over the last couple of years. We managed, with our high-end capabilities, to infiltrate the ransomware structure, get inside it, and in February we took it down. So we managed to take their kind of source code off the internet, disrupt the launch site they had, where they advertised all their victims and had countdown clocks saying when their data was going to be exposed. We got the decryption keys so that we could pass those to the victims. That worked in many cases, not every single case. And we froze money and made a number of arrests. 2 weeks ago, I think it was maybe 3 weeks ago, we also unveiled sanctions on the individual who ran that site, who had prized enormously his anonymity. In fact, he had offered a bounty of £10 million for anyone who could work out who he was. He was that confident of remaining anonymous. But we did work out who he was, and when I say we, this is the National Crime Agency, but working with the FBI, working with the BKA in Germany, with Europol, with the Japanese, big international effort. And the UK, the US, and Australia jointly sanctioned him. And the US, who have the toughest laws in this, indicted him as well, so have an arrest warrant for his release. But the main thing was just exposing that we know who he is. Funny old thing, he's based in Russia, so we can't go and arrest him now, but we have lifted the veil of anonymity that was over him and that he hugely prized. And our tactic around all of that is to undermine the credibility of the criminal business model, undermine the anonymity that they depend on to work, to make it less likely that people will want to do this kind of activity. That is just one example of our overall approach to cybercrime, which links into fraud as well. I know, obviously, there's been an attack on Dumfries and Galloway NHS Trust. That wasn't Lockbit, just to be clear, but it is an investigation that we are really closely involved into, as you would expect. The very final thing I would say is that we are really looking forward to hosting in this city at the SEC, the Interpol General Assembly in November. So this is the annual meeting of the 196 countries that are members of Interpol, which rotates around the world. The UK is hosting, and we are hosting here in Glasgow. And I have the privilege of being the individual who hosts that meeting. It's actually organised by the Home Office down in England and Wales. But it's going to be a great event, and a massive thank you to Police Scotland, who, yet again, major international event happening in Scotland that Police Scotland will be providing brilliant support and security for. But really looking forward to that. Happy to take any questions that you've got, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Graham. I'm going to open up to questions on that. I've got Caroline and then Tom. Nope. Okay, Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much indeed. So you've given a lot of information, narrative and data, which is interesting and helpful. But I'm wondering how much confidence we should have that the NCA is tackling serious and organised crime and keeping people in Scotland safe, and what the evidence is that you're doing that on a year-on-year basis.
So what would you like to see? I mean, we're working incredibly hard at it. We set out the disruptions and the fact they are increasing. Those are both the ones that we actively do and we directly support Police Scotland on. But then there's obviously a massive range of activity that we're doing nationally and internationally, which you can't specifically tie to Scotland. I mean, I can just about do it on that Lockbit case because there happen to be 15 victims in Scotland. But the things that we are doing to try and set the environment that reduces harm right across the UK has massive impact on Scotland too. So, I mean, it is a continual challenge for us. So I asked the question kind of genuinely, because we know what we're doing and we can express it nationally. Being able to describe how's that particularly different on the streets of Grantham or Glasgow or Cardiff is a bit of a challenge. If there's something that would be helpful that's on your mind that would be a good way of illustrating that, we'd be really, really happy to look at it.
I'm not sure, but over time, I think when one looks at something, whether it's interrupting a drug supply or money laundering or international pieces, and then being able to almost in a logic model way go back and learn if you're seeing patterns that with this intervention that happens. And it may well be it's not a year-on-year thing for Scotland because it is an international piece and it's a UK piece. It may be that there are issues that are happening perhaps in other parts of the UK, and then periodically it happens in Scotland. I'm not sure, but I'd be interested to see that further.
Sure. Well, I mean, a couple of examples of that. So, I mean, we can absolutely chart drug production, or there's assessments of it at least. Certainly for cocaine, heroin's a bit more complicated at the moment because of the situation in Afghanistan. And we can count how much we are intercepting. It's over 2,000 tons of cocaine, for example, and about 200 tons of that were seized as a result of our intelligence working with partners on its way largely to Europe, not all of it to the UK. We can increasingly, this will happen over time, measure the consumption of drugs in the UK through wastewater analysis, which we're rolling out, we collectively, the public sector rolling out in England, Wales and Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. and that gives you a much more accurate and scientific sense of the consumption. Obviously, we've got the drug deaths figures too, which are captured well. It is a challenge, it's a perennial challenge for all of law enforcement to try and then show the causal link between the interventions we make and the changes, but we know they are there. We can definitely see the potential threat of synthetic opioids coming, for example, and that's one area where we're not focusing all our efforts on trying to reduce current drug deaths, we're trying to prevent future drug deaths. Another example would be fraud and kind of charting that. So there isn't really an equivalent in Scotland, but the England and Wales Crime Survey England and Wales shows the total number of people who report to be victims, which went up actually during COVID to 4.5 million and has now come down to 3.1 million, which is still a massive figure, and this is really, really serious, but is now the lowest figure since those records started in 2016. That's not as a result of NCA activity alone. I definitely wouldn't claim that. But it is a result of the effort that we have all collectively been making and trying to think strategically. And actually Scotland led the way on this with the fraud strategy 5 or so years ago to look at what needs to happen to make things safer, which is obviously includes arresting fraudsters, but absolutely includes banks and financial organizations making their systems safer. It includes telecommunication companies stopping scam texts going out to people, which they actually have done quite successful. It includes the tech sector making it harder for fraud to be advertised on Facebook or other platforms available. And all of those things are happening, and we think we can now see evidence of that in a reduction in the volume of fraud that is happening. And that's important and worthwhile, but I wouldn't want to suggest that we are now on top of fraud. We're not. And some of the highest volume, highest impact frauds, investment frauds and romance frauds, certainly we've got relatively good data on that in England and Wales, they are still high and they are still incredibly damaging. And again, the causal link is harder still. I mentioned earlier on Nigeria and Ghana. Our estimate is that roughly 70% of fraud that impacts the UK is either entirely or partially from outside the UK. And that just makes it much harder to disrupt, but makes it all the more important that we have the international relationships that we do. But it's a fantastically important question that I wish there was a kind of completely perfect answer to, but trying to find those causal links, I mean, we'll have all have found in the various jobs we've done is kind of the holy grail of what we do.
Thank you very much. Katrina?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, really, really fascinating, really informative. Thank you. It's sort of slightly aligned to Fiona's question. I mean, I note on page 3 your statement about working closely with Police Scotland to keep in lockstep with the strategic changes regarding prioritisation of resources against the serious organised crime threat, and obviously that includes all the international things that you've been talking about. So my question is, how do you prioritise where you're working? And the supplementary question to that is your chart in terms of your impact and your disruptions that you've got. You've got drugs, firearms, and child sexual abuse appear to be at the top of that chart in terms of your successful impacts and your disruptions, which is fantastic. But is that because you prioritise those areas, or is that because you already have systems and processes in place that you know to be successful in those areas?
It's a bit of both, but frankly a bit more of the latter, to be honest. So how do we prioritise? We produce each year a national strategic assessment of serious organised crime, and there's a parallel here in the SOCTA threat assessment that is produced, but we do one for the UK as a whole that sets out our assessment. We do it at different classifications, so there's an official sensitive one that Police Scotland have, and we issued in February, and then there's an unclassified version that we put up online that is kind of imminently about to go, although the calling of the general election may pause that slightly. But we use that assessment to understand the threat, and we use that to prioritise. The prioritisation is also informed by the direction that I get from the Home Secretary in the UK. So by law, the Home Secretary sets strategic priorities for the NCA. Those are, it's a slightly iterative process, and it depends as well on the threat assessment that we have produced, but they are the Home Secretary's strategic priorities. He consults, he at the moment consults on those with the devolved administration, so those have come to the Scottish Government. I can't remember whether they go to the SPA as well, to consider and feed in and see whether they are right. But that's basically one side of paper, and says do the following things. There's then a bit of a break, and then I am, by law, required to set the operational priorities for the NCA, but obviously with regard to those strategic priorities, and absolutely with regard to the threat assessment that we have seen. How does that then translate into the disruption outcomes you see? Absolutely, it should be directly fed by the priorities that we set, but there is also history and there is opportunity in there. And so police forces generally have, and the NCA is absolutely part of this, have done an awful lot on drugs. It is the major single driver of organised crime in the UK, but it's also been in a way the easiest for us to collectively go after. There has been a big shift over the last 10 or 15 years in that we have all been focusing, both NCA and police forces, on issues of vulnerability, on child sexual exploitation, on domestic abuse, violence against women and girls. And you will see that in our figures, they're much stronger focus on child sexual abuse. But that's also an opportunity point in that we get a good feed of intelligence from the US, from the tech companies, through an organization called the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children in New York. Where we need to build and get stronger, which has been the focus really of the last 3 or 4 years, and we are not there, is on the fraud and economic crime and the various other online crimes. So our shift is to try and rebalance a bit from being overly focused on drugs, in my view, so that it will still be probably the biggest single thing we do in kind of any sense of prioritization, but to free up some more capacity to make sure that we are doing more on the various new online crimes, including fraud.
That's really interesting. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Can I invite the Chief Constable?
Chair, if it's okay, I was just going to come in and pick up on that actually, and probably having had the benefit of working in the NCA and seeing the systems and processes in place around prioritisation, bringing those into Police Scotland around focusing on different areas of threat. So we apply the same model around looking at the risk, the harm, community impact, etc., around how we choose to use our resources to disrupt. And as the Director says, around drugs and guns, I think it's fair to say most forces have focused on that traditionally. We are looking more at how we can disrupt in the child protection space, violence against women and girls, etc., and use those skills and abilities with partners like the NCA to do that in a much more wide range of threats. So I suppose be rest assured that we use a similar methodology in terms of how we do that, and we've sort of taken the learning from agencies like National Crime Agency, other partners as well, to be able to understand that in a much more effective way.
Chair, could I just link the two questions together as well with Fiona's question a second ago? Could I just have a link the two questions?
Yeah.
So I'll do it very briefly. So part of the prioritisation is also on each threat we are trying to think what is going to make the biggest difference. How can we really kick this? And we are lucky in the NCA in that all other police forces have to deal with all the reactive demand that comes in and crime, have no choice but to deal with that. The NCA doesn't have that coming into its demand. We are a proactive organisation. We choose what to do. So we are very privileged from that point of view. But that means we can sit back and think, right, what is the best way of trying to reduce drug harm overall or drug crime? What's the best way of reducing cyber crime? And then we can pick an approach and really go for that. So for drugs, for example, it has been absolutely public health. If we can reduce the demand for drugs, that will really help. Not really for the NCA to do, but we can contribute a little bit. But otherwise, let's look for the highest value targets, who are the major OCGs who are bringing it in. We can do more to disrupt them further away from the UK than at the UK. We can do more to disrupt them at the border, and we can go after the money that they are making. So that's the tactic. On cyber and online crime, it's to try and hit the ecosystem, the infrastructure that enables all of that cyber crime, rather than just to try and chase either individual reports, which is a kind of a very difficult thing to do and not going to get you very far, or to try and arrest the most serious individuals, some of whom are in jurisdictions who won't cooperate. But if we can take away that infrastructure, we can have a bigger impact. So that's partly the kind of theory of change work that Fiona was getting at, and the prioritisation.
Thank you very much. Before I come to the Chief Constable, Tom, am I right, you want to come in?
Thanks very much. Police Scotland has done a lot of work in recent years, particularly around the International Academy and International Development Board, increasingly stretched out as a global citizen. And I suppose but what we're seeking today is reassurance that it's not blue on blue, that we're not duplicating work that the NCA is doing, and equally the learning the NCA is gaining in international jurisdictions, coming back in to make the most of this asset, which is a growing asset in Scotland and contributing into UK interests.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. It's one we do need to kind of watch and make sure we aren't kind of getting into a blue and blue situation, as you said. By and large, I think it works pretty well. So, for example, we have a big liaison bureau in The Hague at Europol. And I think we've got 17 or 18 people there, one of whom is a Police Scotland officer who I met last time I was out. But that's along with people from HMRC and counter-terrorism policing, and we kind of corral all of that and can make it work. We also have, we have, as I probably mentioned last time, 140 individuals in 45 countries around the world, and they're not there to do NCA business, they're there to do the business of law enforcement across the UK. And so we are hunting down the people for whom Police Scotland have got arrest warrants, for example. And on Tuesday, the Guardia Civil in Spain arrested an individual for whom there is an arrest warrant in Scotland for rape, and that individual will now go through an extradition process and hopefully come back here to face justice. But that has been enabled by our international liaison officer in Madrid, working with the National Police in Spain, and in this case the Guardia Civil, to identify where they are. So overall, I think it works very well, but I think it's a fair point to raise, and we do need to make sure that we are kind of mutually supportive and not duplicating.
Thanks. As a follow-up then, in terms of the sort of agreement, a framework for how that operates, is that formalised, or is it by relationships?
It may be. I'm not entirely sure. I'm happy to take that away and look at it. I haven't heard of it being a problem in a way.
Just, I think probably fair to say it's very different in terms of the international liaison officers that the NCA have will be more supportive of the work that we're doing around crime in terms of upstream. Our international academy is more focused in different areas, I would suggest. So, but to reassure you, there is definitely communication which happens through our, under Andy Freeburn for me, through the ILOs that bring in the intelligence into us to be able to action that, and that's been really effective on various occasions. I think I'm quite confident that there isn't an overlap there in terms of the ILO network around the crime provision versus our international efforts within Police Scotland.
Thank you. Chief Constable, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, to reinforce the value of the partnership and the arrangement, and Graham's identified there some of the reach and the value that partnership brings in terms of keeping people in Scotland safe. And to reiterate the piece around the international dimension, that with the relationship and the setup at the crime campus at Gartcosh, we're able to exploit to its maximum effect. I was also struck by the comms around the sextortion. I don't know how you're planning to evaluate that, Graham, but I thought that was a very your brand as the National Crime Agency in reaching in to families, teenagers, vulnerability. I thought that was very, very powerful, and I don't think you've done much of that in the past. And I don't know what your plans are moving forward around that.
So we have. So not on sextortion we haven't before, but on child sexual abuse and various other things we have. I think not lucky, but we hit a chord with that one. So I'm not sure we haven't tried before. I'm not sure that it was a good campaign, but I think it just hit a chord with the media, and which is exactly what we wanted. We needed to get that publicity. It would be fantastic if we could do it kind of more often, frankly. But we've done lots of things on child sexual abuse that goes out to teachers, and we train teachers to train other teachers to then to work with children. We have age-appropriate guidance for how you can support both children and their parents to be safe online. We do a whole range of things around cybercrime as well, for the kids who are getting into gaming, and then they can start doing hacks that improve their gaming, and then that can turn into stuff that is genuinely illegal. And there's a Cyberland game that helps to tell them where the line is, and there's been lots of pickup on that. But it's a perennial challenge, actually, to get the right cut through into the media to really reach people to help tell them how to keep safe.
Thank you very much. Final question to you. You said at the beginning that you're in touch with the Scottish Government. You report to the Cabinet Secretary. You report to our board. You give regular updates to our Policing Performance Committee. Have you ever been invited to give evidence or report to the Scottish Parliament's Criminal Justice Committee?
Yes, so I haven't personally, but I would happily do so, and my organisation certainly has on a series of different inquiries. I'm pretty sure in the last year we've been in front of one of the committees. So yeah, we do that.
Thank you very much. And a question I asked British Transport Police, could you just sum up your relationship with Police Scotland and their capability in these complex areas that you are both involved in?
Yeah, and I'll repeat a bit what I said last time, and I said some of it at the start as well. It's a strong relationship. Police Scotland is the second biggest police force in the UK, so unsurprising, they have a range of capabilities that other police forces don't. So the level of support that we need to provide is different from the much smaller forces. But it's still needed, and there are some niche things that we are going to do that have helped, and we have provided support on a range of very specific investigations over the last year. But from where we sit, this looks a really competent force with really good capabilities. Things that I'd pick out as particularly strong, so the serious and organised crime threat analysis is obviously not something that most forces would be able to do, so having that as a basis for directing the work is strong, and that identifies, and you need to have some kind of humility about to what extent you can, but the number of OCGs in Scotland and the number that have been disrupted, and that's a really good thing to be doing. I mentioned earlier on that the fraud strategy that was done, which was a bit Police Scotland and a bit the government, a few years ago was ahead of what we had in England and Wales. I think we've caught up now, but that was really good. What we've been trying to do, and this is together rather than an issue for Police Scotland, is make sure we are focusing on the right jobs with the particular capabilities that we've got in supporting Police Scotland. So what we call high-value targets, but the people who are causing the most harm, who are at the top of the chain, let's make sure we're throwing our resources at those individuals if we think that taking them out, disrupting them, prosecuting them is going to have the right ripple effect through society and criminal society. And that has been a shift over the last few years, and I think it's not finished yet, but I think we've been fairly successful at trying to make sure that our collective efforts under Andy, as Bex mentioned, and my team are focused on the areas that are going to have the biggest difference.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for coming again to talk to the board about the work of the NCA. I personally appreciate it very much, and I know the board finds it very valuable indeed. I hope you're going to come back again, and I think we are on a journey in policing for a revised model of policing. Some of what we're looking at is the capacity in policing, and some of what the board will want to know is what part of that capacity is held by you, what is held by Scotland, and is that appropriately allocated in these complex areas of serious and organised crime and of cyber fraud. So maybe we can discuss that when the revised model of policing is closer to a formation. So once again, thank you very much for your attendance. I'm now going to call for a lunch break. We're going to come back here at 13:45. So you've got 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to restart the formal business of the board. Can I ask you, if you're speaking, to speak into your microphone, make sure it's near, and speak up. Some members were finding it quite hard to hear, so if you could do that. So our next two items in the public session, I'd give them due consideration, but we don't have a lot of time. I'd say that at the beginning. So the first item is on covert policing assurance, and DC Smith will present this. I asked this to be on the agenda because the last time the board considered this was a report in 2019. As Beck Smith will tell us, it's not the board's responsibility to oversee covert policing, but we should be really alive to the issues of oversight and the assurance given, public assurance given about the quality of covert policing operational in Scotland, and I'm sure Bex will go through that. Thank you very much, DCC Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Noted regarding brevity. I shall take the paper as read, but I'm going to draw out a few pieces which I hope will be of interest to the board. So, as you all know, various covert activities are undertaken by Police Scotland, and there are several acts that govern the use of these tactics. They're described in full in the paper. But Police Scotland is held to account for compliance with all aspects of the legislation and codes of practice through an exceptionally robust internal and external governance regime, and I'll talk a bit more about that. Our external compliance and oversight around covert policing is provided by the Investigatory Powers Commissioner's Office, IPCO, Scottish Ministers, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal, HMICS, PERC, and Crown. IPCO is really important in this space, and they undertake two key functions relevant to holding Police Scotland to account for covert policing activity. One of those is their annual inspection. I've included some quotes in the paper from last year, and we're just recently finished being inspected for 2024. Those inspections are exceptionally robust. They go through every area of our covert compliance and make sure that we're complying with all of the acts, the legislation, etc. The second part of IPCO's inspection is around IPCO prior approval and double lock authorisation. I'll explain that, and it's where judicial commissioners at IPCO must provide prior approval to Police Scotland for any covert activity involving targeted equipment interference, intrusive surveillance, and certain types of property interference. We cannot get that authorisation unless we have that from the judicial commissioners. It's a really important point. All of the other external governance and oversight I've listed in the paper. I won't go through it all line by line, but you'll see we've added in every single area in terms of where we're subject to scrutiny. Of course, that doesn't stop with external scrutiny. The same goes for our own internal scrutiny as well. Our governance is provided through key departments and roles within Police Scotland, each of which are really significant in ensuring compliance with the various legislative acts, codes of practice, manuals of guidance, and our own standard operating procedures. Of significant note is the SCD Covert Compliance and Capabilities Group. This is chaired by ACC Andy Freeburn, meets quarterly, and provides really strict oversight, governance, and strategic direction of all of our covert activities and operations. The group does a lot and goes through specific operations, learning, practice, well-being, etc. There's also various roles within Police Scotland that have oversight and responsibility of all covert activity. One of those is my role as the Senior Responsible Officer. I have responsibility for the integrity of the process to authorise directed and intrusive surveillance and interference with property or wireless telegraphy. I'm also responsible for engaging with the inspectors, as I mentioned earlier, when they conduct their inspections, and where necessary, overseeing the recommendations of any plans that they give to us after they've been approved by a Judicial Commissioner. Also within the process is the Senior Authorising Officer, the Chief Constable, or in her absence, a designated deputy, and is the individual within the organisation who can authorise various covert activities. And as you might imagine, that can be a really rigorous process to make sure the Chief is completely happy with what's being put in front of her. There are several other key internal roles listed within the paper under item 4 that all have responsibility for different areas of covert policing. Our force authorising officers are really important of note. We have 5 detective superintendents in SCD, and it's their responsibility to authorise and scrutinise any application in respect of covert policing techniques. And as you can imagine, that's quite a rigorous training programme to be able to do that role in the first place and understand the powers and processes involved in that. Lastly, and of critical importance for me, is officer and staff wellbeing. As you can imagine, this particular role can be really difficult to fulfil. I think it's really important to know that this is of critical importance to the team, and as a result of that, we have a quarterly health and safety meeting. All of our officers in every covert discipline undertake highly intensive and demanding training courses to ensure they're ready and that they're professionally able to do the role. All the deployments are subject to really robust and continual risk assessments, and each of those is endorsed by an officer of the rank of superintendent. We have support mechanisms in place for all covert officers through line management structures, through Police Scotland's existing employee assistance programme, occupational health services and wellbeing champions. And some of our covert roles attract an assessment by a clinical psychologist where officers will not be able to fulfil that role unless they're past that assessment. So I think hopefully I have shown you that this is an area that is highly specialised, a really important technique in policing's ability to be able to tackle serious and organised crime, as well as different crime types as well. But it's a highly regulated and governed area. It really is. The inspections are exceptionally detailed and robust, and we will carry out any recommendations that we're given. But you'll see from the quotes in the paper that we do this well in Police Scotland, definitely. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that read through, very, very helpful, and for the paper, which I think demonstrates the very serious oversight on this area, both external and internal, and the assurance from IPCO that you've received last year and this year. Graham Bigger is going to remain with us because, of course, this is an area where the NCA also has a considerable investment in Scotland, so that might help with any questions that you may have. I've got a couple of questioners first. Alistair Hay.
Yeah, again, excuse me. Again, thank you for the paper, and I, fully accept and appreciate the explanation around the authorisation, the oversight, and the governance, and particularly welcome the emphasis that you placed on staff welfare. I also appreciate that there is a huge amount of sensitivity around this area of work, but from a performance perspective, I felt it was worth asking the question around to what extent, what is the scale of this within Scotland. I think that's probably in the public interest. How much is it costing us? And how are you measuring the benefit and the outcomes that take place? So I just wanted to put that out there and ask you that, but I appreciate sensitivities around it.
Thanks for the question, I appreciate that. I think it's fair to say I wouldn't be able to give you any detail in relation to that around cost or performance, but be assured that that is something which we use in our covert compliance group. There is an awful lot of work that goes into understanding where we can have maximum benefit using this specific tactic. It's not about looking across and thinking we'll do that in every area. It's definitely not. It's something that is saved for where we can have the most impact in a particular area, and often at the highest end of highest harm. And we will utilise NCA colleagues in some of this space as well in terms of some of their unique capabilities that we don't have access to too. So I think probably fair to say that I wouldn't be able to give examples of operational activity today, but rest assured we do look at that, we scrutinise that really carefully, and we take a lot of time and effort and thought in terms of understanding where the priority should be around placing this activity.
And I really appreciate that. And is there a possibility going forward around some of these performance issues to share that in some kind of private session, appreciating all the sensitivities around it?
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that.
Thanks, DC Smith. You offered informally to me that maybe a chance for board members and some of our new board members to come and discuss this issue with you. Maybe we can combine that, get greater insight into some of these more sensitive issues. I think it's worth emphasising we don't have oversight responsibility, but I think we should have a degree of assurance about a number of these issues. So I'd be very grateful if the induction team within the SPA could find time to offer this to the new board members, and I think quite a number of the existing board members would like to probably be participating in that and allow you to be more frank, I think, about some of the issues that Alistair raised there. Fiona McQueen.
Thanks, Chair, and it may well be the same answer, and we have this in a deeper dive or a more private basis. I'm thinking about health and wellbeing. You rightly call out as being incredibly important. Other than the assessment by the occupational psychologist, if I looked at what you said was available for these officers, it looks to me as though that's available for every officer. So I'd be interested to know what additional measures are put in place from a wellbeing point of view for these officers, and also what indicators you would have to monitor and measure.
So I can provide you with a more detailed briefing around that, but the training and the training these officers go through is exceptionally rigorous, and well-being forms a real part of that. So the assessment process and all of the work that they do on various courses, national courses, are to put them in situations to see how they would react in difficult circumstances, I think it's fair to say. So in terms of that, this is from day one of when they decide this is something they want to do in policing, and it's not something for everyone. And well-being is really important for that. And often it will be a case of where an officer might decide they want to do that, and actually then they're just not right for that particular role. And that will often get picked up in the early stages. So yes, some of the welfare provision available for officers in this particular area is available for all staff, and I think that's a really important point, actually. But two, some of the more rigorous assessments and courses and additional CPD and training that they go on will have a well-being element built within, which will assess their capability and capacity to be able to do this work. Because, as I say, it's not for everyone, and sometimes people will do it for a short period of time and decide that it's not for them. So, but happy to give you a bit more detail around that in a briefing, and Chair, I'm really happy to do that for board members, just with a bit more information around performance, well-being, etc.
I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for that offer. That will be taken up. Thank you. Tom.
Given that that oversight and scrutiny is very much about the legality, proportionality and necessity, and then you get into the operational activity, which we do have an interest. We just think of the public interest issues that have happened historically. How do we get assurance around that public interest into how people conduct themselves in these operations once they are authorised?
That's a very big part of the IPCO inspection, is looking at all of the activity logs in terms of how operations are governed. There is really strict oversight in operational activity, and the teams will work closely around parameters in terms of how somebody is to conduct themselves in a particular operation. Again, I can go into a little bit more detail around that in a briefing, but absolutely that's a big part of the way that we operate in terms of scrutiny, really important.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Does IPCO's annual report, is that in the public domain? Do they publish that?
I can answer that if you want. So they publish an annual report overall on everything. The individual reports into different organisations vary, but largely aren't published, and ours certainly aren't. But their overall annual report has a kind of quick summary of each of the major things they've done that is at an unclassified level.
Bex, you want to come back?
I was just going to say, actually, interestingly, we were having a discussion with IPCO this week, because they were inspecting us for this year, and we were talking about what we can and can't say in terms of the inspection. There are some general themes which I've put in the report, which hopefully are helpful, and then there's some more detailed information which will be sent directly to the Chief, just in terms of other areas of work or recommendations. But the report actually generally from IPCO is quite helpful because it does talk about themes across the UK around applications, around work that covert units are doing, which might be a helpful read for authority members.
Thank you very much. And more broadly, Graham, anything to add to the board's insight into this area from your experience?
So, I mean, I can talk about it from two perspectives, but I'll do it briefly. One, I was the director in the Home Office that oversaw the Investigatory Powers Act going through Parliament and then the implementation of it. So I saw it from that angle, and now, of course, I run some of the system within the NCA. I mean, Tom actually mentioned it, that the key underpinning principles of all of this is necessity and proportionality. It's got to be necessary to do it, and it's got to be proportionate to do it on the use of any of these powers, and that is just bred into police officers and NCA officers and IPCO. Secondly, the double lock that Bex mentioned was a new thing from the Investigatory Powers Act. So previously, authorisations were done very carefully and sometimes at incredibly senior levels, including if it was a wiretap and intercept, the Home Secretary or a Scottish Minister, but just within one chain of the executive. And what the Investigatory Powers Act introduced was also the judiciary had to sign off on it as well. So it had to go to a judicial commissioner as well as someone in the executive. So a really important kind of check on that. In terms of how the NCA does it, very briefly, I mean, we use covert powers of one sort or another on practically every proactive investigation we do. They're just essential to making progress. We absolutely use them in Scotland as well as the rest of the UK. We have to have the agreement from the Lord Advocate to run any investigation in Scotland, and we get that through the Procurator Fiscal. If we're going to use covert powers, we will then alert the Procurator Fiscal to that, and particularly for the one that gets signed off by a minister, which is the use of targeted intercept, a wiretap. In England and Wales, that would go to the Home Secretary or a Secretary of State to be signed off. In Scotland, it goes to a Scottish minister. I can't remember which one, the CABSEC, I think. But so if we were seeking intercept in Scotland, it would absolutely go to the Scottish minister, and that's how we run it. So it's very similar. Otherwise, it's almost identical to what Bex described. But I mean, it is a really strong oversight regime, and everyone in law enforcement takes very seriously making sure we get it right.
Thank you very much. Just final from me. We have heard over the years of an arms race between the private sector, public sector, criminals and the police service in terms of the ability to access complex technology to thwart your surveillance. I'm not asking you to give away any secrets here. I just wanted you to comment on whether you have the investment to actually be players in that arms race. I'll ask you first, Bex, and I'll come to Graham.
It's a really good question, and I suppose my response to that would be that sometimes it feels that policing is catching up with where criminals are and others in terms of technology, and it's something that we as an organisation are really keen to invest in. We should be at the forefront of that and be able to utilise every available capability to be able to do that, but that requires investment, and it really does in terms of policing and our digital capability and everything else we would be able to do. So from my perspective, I would say we are behind, definitely, and it's something that we need to improve on and catch up.
Thank you. Graham?
So I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, I think we have genuinely world-leading legislation in what it enables us to do, and I think we have capabilities that are up there with the best in the world. But we are consistently playing catch-up. And I think there are two elements, and I did a speech in October at RUSI that you can look at if you want, that goes into this in a huge amount of detail. We are behind where we need to be in the online world. But there's two aspects to it. One is the capability that criminals are using to get round surveillance and to undertake their crime. The second thing is the extent to which the major tech companies are changing the default way that they run their systems in a way which is actually making it harder for us to keep the public safe. And I've said quite a lot on this publicly. I think I might have mentioned it the last time I was here. But it's, for example, the rollout of end-to-end encryption as default on so many applications and platforms without protections built in that allow us to keep the public safe. Not the existence of encryption, that's fundamentally a good thing, but the rollout without protections for public safety. And I've said a lot about that, the UK government said a lot about that. We issued a statement from all European police chiefs together about a month ago, calling out this as a problem. So there's investment in the basic capability and the criminals are ahead, and then there is the tech companies and them working with us to help together try and keep the public safe.
So do you want to come back in, Bex? No.
No, just completely agree. And again, really supportive of the NCA's messaging in that how can we fight against child abuse, etc., when great corporations are making that harder and harder from a policing perspective. So definitely agree on both those counts.
I think it's another area where I think I'd primarily rely on you, the Director General, to bring it to our attention, issues which you think in Scotland could be an issue, although these are reserved matters for the most part. There's no reason not to have a public debate about the capacity and capability of policing and policing support that you provide to keep us well, keep us safe in Scotland. So we haven't had that here. So maybe if you would like together to bring this to some public forum to discuss this dilemma. It is clearly a dilemma to the degree to which we should be able to discuss things privately between ourselves and citizens, and the degree to which that privacy could be breached for criminal purposes. I don't think there's an answer to this that's easy, but are you going to give me one?
No, I'll just make one minor observation, which is it is absolutely right that you and other bodies are holding us to account to make sure that we are using covert powers where it is necessary and proportionate and we're not abusing them. You should also be thinking about whether we are using them enough. If we are going to be able to help keep the public safe. But so much of the kind of civil society and political concern is about the potential for abuse rather than using them well. And so if we do get more of a public debate, I think it's getting that balance right that would be really important.
I think the board would agree with that. I mean, there's tension between privacy and security is one that runs through a whole range of policing issues, not just this area of covert policing. And we're always very keen to have public discussions. It helps to have this discussed in a transparent way and to balance the issue, because as I said earlier on in this board, those who are often affected by this is our minority group. Not minorities, but a small number of the Scottish population. Most of us are not affected by serious and organised crime and online fraud, but those who are, it's devastating. And they have to have our full protection on the security side. So I think it is an issue of public policy, which we are not that engaged with on this issue, but we're broadly engaged on the technology side on policing, where we are trying to balance as a board. And I think we've done that fairly successfully. Technologies which will increase our security without unduly affecting our privacy as citizens. So thank you very much, DCCs, for that presentation. We've got a number of actions we're going to take from that, and thank you for staying on, Director General. The final item is the policing of hate crime. Item 11, I'm going to hand over to DCC Spears, although we've done some of this already. DCC Spears, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I have your cue on time, and I'll just build on the conversation we've had this morning. I only want to draw out a couple of elements from the paper. There is quite a bit of detail within the paper, but you will see right at the outset that I've spoken about the damage and corrosive impact on their victims, on their families, then on the broader communities. I think what we have seen since the introduction of new legislation is a significant increase in hate crime. We would always recognise that hate crime is underreported, but in effect, we've seen over 30 crimes reported on a daily basis, and that's reflected in the data that's published alongside the paper. One key element is clearly the guidance around no crime hate incidents. A lot has been said and made of no crime hate incidents, particularly in the media. I think putting some perspective on this, only 1.7% of all the reports we've received have resulted in a no crime hate incident. What we've sought to do with the guidance is write it in a very practical way that brings some real clarity to frontline officers and also to members of the public who would look at the guidance that we've published. So that guidance is really clear about when, where, what and why we would record no crime hate incidents. You will be aware that it is aligned to our vulnerable persons database. And probably the third element that I would just touch on is it's interim guidance, because as an organisation we believe that we would want to have a clear policy and standing operating procedure given the significance of hate crime, and the publication of that SOP will embed the guidance around no crime hate incidents. So that will be at the centre of that guidance. Our intention would be to finish the draft of that guidance in June, and then consult through July, both internally and externally, on the standard operating procedure. I think when I started with crime, and I will just finish with one point on crime. When we look at the 5-year trend around hate crime, the trend hasn't changed. We see that race, disability and sex are the 3 key themes that continually feature in hate crime, and the areas in which those crimes are committed, you touched on that this morning, hasn't changed either in terms of the 5-year plan. So Edinburgh and the west of Glasgow would be the 2 parts of the country where hate crime is most prevalent. The interim guidance is attached to the paper. There's some data there, Chair. I'm happy just to pause there on the basis we've had a conversation. I'll just bring some clarity to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I have Katerina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DCC Spears. Thank you, Alan. Really good report, I think. So again, similarly to the Chief Constable's report, I think this clarifies quite a few things that have, again, been, kind of branded around in the media without necessarily an official record. And I think this does it. So I think that's really important. We have touched on some of the questions I had earlier in the session. So I suppose one final question which I have, which I think is quite important, because there's been a fair bit of angst, so to say, amongst the public, according to the media, when it comes to the non-crime hate incidents being recorded on the IVDP Vulnerable Persons Database. So, and the concern was, if I am the other party, and the clarification of language, by the way, is very, very useful in this context as well. So if I am the other party, i.e. not the reporter, but the other party against whom, and I appreciate it's not against the other party that the incidents are recorded, but if I am the other party, will that pop up on a disclosure check? So it would just be really quite helpful to kind of have a statement around that.
Well, the really short and simple answer is no. And the guidance that we've given to officers is, and you can see from the guidance here as well, is that we don't record other party details within the IVPD system. There are a very, very, very minute number of instances where we would argue that it would be for policing purposes, but the primary purpose of the Vulnerable Persons Database is to look at how we can support those members of local communities who are vulnerable, and it allows us to record some data there. So, slightly broader answer, but it's a categoric no.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think 2 things from me. You may well have answered either one or both of them. It would be helpful for me to hear in explicit terms the benefits of recording non-hate crime incidents, in terms of what's the purpose of it and how does that contribute to the well-being of Scottish society. And then also in your paper, you've talked about minimal frontline impact, so it would be helpful to understand if there was reduced response rates, in particular to 999 calls, over the first couple of weeks.
Yeah, thank you. So the first part is why we record. So there is a small element, it's about statistical information, but largely it's about how do we best support the person who is either the perceived victim, the reporter or the complainer, in whichever way we describe that. In our experience, very often the same people report a number of hate crimes and no crime hate incidents to us on a regular basis. By holding the data within the Vulnerable Persons Database, the next time that we might have to interact with that person, it allows the control room, the service centre and the officers attending to draw on information that's held relevant to them. So it takes us back into the space of protecting the most vulnerable within our community, and having some information contained within there would allow us to do that. And I've completely forgotten what your second part of the question was.
The impact of frontline, was there any evidence of reduced response times?
There wasn't, and great credit to the staff within C3, so we gave them bespoke training, and a vast majority of the matters that we considered were just contained within C3, so it had no direct impact at all on local policing. Most of the reports were received were online, so again within the report you'll see minimal impact on our telephone system and no impact on the local policing officers and the local divisions.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Grant?
Thanks, Chair. Very helpful report, Alan. Thank you very much. The one question that comes through, just jumps out at me, is that, as with any new legislation, an awful lot is dependent on when it's tested in the courts. Bearing in mind the timeline for getting anything tested through the courts is likely to be some time away. Have you any feel for how long it might be before the first cases are tested in the court and establish some precedents?
Yes, it's a good question, thanks. So firstly, it's consolidation legislation, so it isn't a significant change to what we would have been doing pre the 1st of April. We've been running, as you'd expect, a sort of kind of gold group, oversight group, just looking at the impact of hate crime. Criminal justice sit on our group, and we are reviewing currently the cases that are going through for custody and undertaking, so we're getting immediate feedback from Crown on the cases that they're receiving, how those cases have been marked, and any learning it can come back into our organisation. So at times there are complexities with hate crime around particular parts of language where in one context a particular phrase might be really offensive, but in another context it's not. So we're getting that sort of weekly readout on the data as it goes forward. So we're seeing probably a dozen or so cases over a 3 or 4 day period being reported in either a custody or an undertaking. So we're looking at it closely. It will take us a little bit longer, clearly, to have a much fuller picture.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just one from me. We know that you can't police our way out of hate crime, but the prevention agenda seems not to have had the priority or the publicity that it may have had. Are you engaged in a preventative agenda on hate crime, and can you give us any advice about what that is and where we might see some partnership work in this area?
So we speak quite often in the context of policing together about matters within the organisation and culture and some of the things we'd want to change. Actually, a really big part of policing together is about partnership and prevention. So bringing together what was the old version of PPCW and policing together, partnerships and preventions are really, really important. So we have a whole programme of activity where we're interconnected with our harder to reach communities, personally undertaking a whole raft of different opportunities to integrate with different community groups, with mosques in Glasgow and Edinburgh and Dundee, and actually drawing, and you said this morning, Chair, the role of local policing divisions is vitally important. So any interaction that we have with harder to reach communities, we are using local area commanders, divisional commanders to support that. So there is actually a whole range of different activity that we would undertake. We've introduced, as you know, a cultural calendar, so we're looking at events right across Scotland over the whole course of the year and how we can engage and interact in that. And it may be something, I don't often volunteer for actions, maybe something I can report through the Policing Together Oversight Board, which just puts a bit more of a focus on our external engagement in this space, because it is very considerable.
I think I'd welcome that. I'm sure Tom would too, but I wouldn't want to make it your responsibility. The prevention of hate crime is not within your gift, but you are an important partner in that. But I think that the leadership should come from elsewhere. And I'm particularly looking at civic and civil society to step into this area far more effectively. It is appalling, looking at these figures, that there were 710 in the first month or so race-related hate crimes compared to, looks about an average about 500, so it's jumped. Now that might be the publicity makes it jump, but it's also the prevalence is really disturbing to have that there. And the increase in hate towards people with disabilities should also really concern us, I think. That appears to be a growing trend. So there's no challenge to policing here. It's really a challenge to civic and civil society, mainly civil society, to be in this space. And I think I'd want Tom to be looking at that kind of engagement and maybe having some discussions there for where the leadership might come from and should come from, and I'm sure we'll find it has come. So thank you very much. I'll leave that with Tom to look at. Thank you very much for those items. That concludes the public business. Thank you very much for everybody.